Hello, good evening, folks, and welcome to all lovers of the great J.R.R. Tolkien. Tonight, what a night. We are live. For those of you seeing us on the rewind, this is a live night. So you're going to have live stream things going now. We're all Tolkien lovers, so if you are among us, I think you'll enjoy yourself, even though we are live and going to be taking our time going through this. A bit of an experiment, but I think it might just take, and we're going to keep doing Tolkien on Wednesday evenings. We're coming at you at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time, basically Eastern Time Zone US, midnight UK, although we're starting about a half hour early tonight. Mr. Brown Alliance ended early, and thanks for the raid, Mr. Brown, and welcome members of Mr. Brown Alliance. Now, there is a launch. The Artemis launch is going on right now, basically, as we speak. So that may come up a little bit if you're here just for Tolkien and you're not here live. You may fast forward a little bit, but it won't be much. I mean, come on, we're all cool here. Let's hang out. That's what live streams are about. But in any case, I am going to start introducing the folks. We do have a panel here that's going to be coming in little by little because we are starting early. But when we're all here together, we're going to have some people that are, longtime lovers of Tolkien, some people that really know his works very well as this one, The Silmarillion. And tonight we're focusing on the creation story, which is chapter 1. Kind of short, but there's a lot to unpack. So anybody who is interested in reading the Silmarillion, maybe you've read The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings, maybe you've just seen the film, the Peter Jackson film from the early 2000s, and you love it, and you want to know more, this is perfect for you. I mean, we have some people that really know their stuff here. We have some people that are also reading the Silmarillion for the first time with us. So this is great for beginners to the Tolkien world, as well as those who have been loving it for ages and really know their stuff. But anyway, without any further ado, let's introduce some panelists here. And I'm first going to introduce this gentleman because he is also monitoring the Artemis launch. So he could at least tell you, all we're hoping for is it's a smooth, clean launch and everybody's okay. That's what we're hoping for. So please welcome a bit of a departure from Tolkien here, but we're going to welcome our dear friend, Dutch Gradient.
Well, that's great. That's just fucking great, man. Now what the fuck are we supposed to do? We're some real pretty shit now, man.
You finished?
Hello, sir.
Hello. We are
our
less
live
than a minute
correspondent watching the launch.
Less than a minute to go. This
Less
is going
than
to
a minute.
Keeping our fingers crossed, knocking on wood. Come on, guys, don't mess up.
Well, I'm going to bring on this gentleman also because we don't want to lull. We just want to hear everything went smoothly and all that.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, I just did. Here we go.
So did I.
This guy you might consider to be like the bouncer for the evening. Please welcome this mighty wonder here.
One rabbit suit coming right up. Look. Jesus Christ! I warned you.
Very similar genre.
They just ignited it.
Ignition, we have liftoff.
Terrible timing, yeah. So they cleared the tower.
All right.
There she goes.
And
come on, baby.
So let's see, altitude, mission clock.
I don't think is there any way to legally share footage?
No. The way I'm watching it, I can't because I'm on a separate machine. So, but everything looks good so far. Like as soon as you started my intro video, the engine started igniting, but you kept waiting, and it's like 15, 14, and you kept like,
Well, I'm
hurry
not
or wait.
monitoring it, man.
Yeah, so yeah, everything's looking good. Hold on, they just
Well, we do have.
there's pretty
another
close
person.
to the front of the launch window as well.
We have another person in the green room. We should bring him out because anybody watching us right now, if people are watching the launch, they're watching the launch. So,
Yeah. Oh,
we might.
did
as well
Dutch
bring
just aim his camera at the TV?
At my phone.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea. Like that works. So
Thank you.
everything's looking good so far. Still, I mean, we got 10
Knock on
days.
wood after you say that, man.
I'm trying.
I mean, it's
to,
already, yeah, it's already starting to be harder to see. You know, it's like things going 25,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, I should enlarge it. I'm trying, and it's just not enlarging it. What the heck, StreamYard? Usually, when I double click the thing, we get a full. Try this. No. StreamYard.
The way the way they're cutting it makes it look like something wait, something. Okay, it looks like they ejected the boosters. That's looking good.
Here, folks, let's see if I can get them enlarged here.
Oh, I don't have the yeah, let's see, subtitles there.
Oh, for crying out loud. There. Does that do it? That is the symbol for full screen. We still have a gentleman in the waiting room I should bring up here.
I am no man.
Actually, she comes later. Are you a man,
So-
Archer?
Damn
We're
it!
at
And we've got
T
Dutch's
plus
face
3
in there,
minutes
now you
and
see
it-
mine.
Yeah, they're showing you can see the curvature of the Earth from the rocket now. We're at just hit T plus 3.
At the risk of really bringing everything down, I'm now having, for a second, I was having flashback to the episode of Big Bang Theory, where they're all sitting around on the couches as Howard shot into orbit. Simply because everybody just sitting there, you know, hoping and wishing well for the launch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm trying to figure out, since we don't have an audio feed, it's hard to say exactly what's going on, but, you know, and
Signals
everything's...
acquired after last jettison, now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight dynamics officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
MECO is MECO, main engine cutoff.
Sounds good.
I'm beginning to remember all these things from the early 1970s.
Oh, yeah. And through the 80s, unfortunately, had some bad ones, like the mid-80s.
GPS processing. Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Sorry, it's backwards, everyone.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Am I right? I'm not up to speed. So I'm thinking that
Engine breath.
Yeah, go ahead, Colin.
am I right in thinking that they're actually going up and they're stopping in Earth orbit?
No,
No, they're going around the moon.
no,
They're going straight to the moon.
Yeah.
I'm not up to speed still, but
To the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
I was
to the
told-
moon.
yeah.
So
When
they-
when they have the lander, they're going to need to orbit the Earth and refuel, and that's going to be something new that has never been done. Cryogenic refueling in orbit. But right now, this is going directly to the moon. They'll do an orbit, come back. It's 10 days. In an area the size of a minivan, 330 cubic feet.
Okay.
That's,
I will.
If I remember right, I think that's slower than Apollo, because one of the Apollo missions 3 days each way.
Trying to get.
Yeah, it's basically the bookshelf behind Dutch. That's their ship.
Yeah, I'm sure. My memory says that the Apollo took 3 days.
Yeah, it was 3 days.
So this is actually going. Either the moon's got a lot further away, or Artemis is actually traveling quite a bit slower than Apollo if it's taking 5 days.
Yeah, it's Space 1999 all over again. The moon is moving further away, and they're just investigating it. They're covering that up.
I was online with my mate Alex, he's been following this. He's big fan.
No, you don't understand it. People, it's going to take them 2 more days to fake each leg of the moon landing trip than it did.
Oh, believe me, the jokes that Alex and I were splitting between each other was okay, fine. Okay, when they get there, this is when they land. And someone said we go around the back docks on the moon. Okay, so that's when they see where the Transformers base is next to the Nazi moon base.
Did you say Nazi moon base?
You've never heard of Iron Sky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then okay, then they come back, and then that's when hopefully the egg will crack before it bursts out of orbit.
And hopefully, they're going to have a lot of things to avoid. You don't want to show the dark side where, Sid Barrett and his colony are. And
no such thing as the dark side of the moon. There's the far side of the moon and the near side.
I remember there was an old. I used to read a lot of Clive Cussler novels, and there was one of the Clive Cussler, because if you've never read Clive Cussler, they're basically adventure type, or they were the dirt pick ones. Were basically adventure. Quite often going after historical events and changing history. And one of them, I'm sure one of them featured at one point something about a secret US base that was on the moon that had been there since the 1970s.
mm-hmm.
They didn't go to the moon. It's just this was mentioned in passing or something.
Yeah. Well, all sorts of things abound out there, but at least this launch went well. And I guess one of the dangerous parts is the launch, and the other dangerous part is re-entry.
No,
of course,
space.
It's danger all the way through, but
it's all danger.
But those are the ones that
Yeah, it looks like they're going to do a slower return because they're actually not going to do a high intensity return burn like Apollo did. They're going to do an O-berth maneuver as they're orbiting the moon and basically use their existing velocity to return back. Looks like they're only doing, plus their orbit is more elliptical and higher at between 4,000 and 6,000 miles.
Something I was seriously suffering from Apollo brain. When I was talking, because
Apollo brain.
As in, I grew up and all the things I'm thinking. I've not been following this at all.
No,
I used to be with, but my mate Alex is talking about, and he has been, and he's saying these things about Artemis is pushing the moon lander all the way, and the moon landers and bits and pieces. I'm thinking, so I've got this picture in my head, of course, of the moon lander being. Okay, I know it's not the Apollo LEM, but my head, because it's Apollo brain, has got the moon lander, a relatively small thing designed to go down to the moon and come back to moon orbit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Artemis in my head, until I actually saw images. Until Alex.
Wait. Why are we talking about what's in your head? Aren't we talking about what's actually happening?
Well, he's fascinated with what he thought was going to happen.
Okay.
The mission is.
And then when I see the pictures come up, it's literally the reverse, where the lunar moon, the the landing module thing is a fucking great bullet-shaped rocket, and Artemis is a little thing that looks like the lunar man, that looks to be about the same size as the lunar lander from Apollo. It's literally a reversal size thing. I mean, so that's going to push that all the way.
They pulled a switcheroo.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm sort of in my head. I've got this idea of little lunar lander.
Yeah.
Pushing, but basically, for those who sold up, almost my head is saying, okay, you've got the LEM or possibly the command
Lunar
module.
excursion module.
But in my head, the LEM pushing half of Saturn V.
Oh.
I'm thinking,
Well, it's
that's
good that
half
didn't happen. Yeah.
Yes. I say then when I actually saw the things, like, oh, sorry, wait a minute. That's they're landing a rocket on the moon.
But anyway,
It's gonna be
because we
interesting
are
when-
waiting two more of our panel to join us, because we did start early, and
Yeah,
we're giving you excellent coverage of this launch, by the way. But that being said, I think I am going to ask Istaphobos, for anyone that is watching right now, and we do have Gavin Blackburn there in the chat, and others will be joining us now that the launch has made it. And hey, who else is there? We got not Z3PO. Yes, we are going to be continuing with the Silmarillion in just a moment as our other guests arrive. But Istaphobos, you seem to be the man of the hour as an engineer. Give us some insight in how this is different from what we had in the 70s. Of course, it's not a shuttle like in the 80s and 90s. What is the main thing about this new design, and what are they hoping, is the advantage to this new design as compared to what came before? Did I put you on the spot?
Well, what they are, see, I'm not exactly sure.
Meaning the people launching the craft. I think it's NASA, right? And
yeah.
That's who they is. Like, what are they hoping to accomplish with this design that is better than what came before?
Yeah, that's actually a really good question, because if you interview some of the people in charge, I'm not sure they have those answers. This seems to be a definite change in the overall design philosophy of the mission. Mm-hmm. Whereas the original Apollo program was keep it as simple as possible and double and triple down on redundancies. Mm-hmm. There are some this is a much more complicated design architecture for the mission, and I'm not sure what they feel like they're achieving with the added complexity. But I think some of the old school engineers would be a little bit terrified at some of the things that they are hoping to accomplish with this.
What complexity are you speaking of? Because I am coming from a complete blank slate. I avoid most news and stuff like that, which means, unfortunately, I miss out on cool things, like this. But, obviously they're not going with a shuttle design anymore. That's probably because, Well,
that's not a viable way to go to the moon and return.
Yeah. I mean, you can't land on it with a shuttle. It's just... and return. That's
I hear
opening
that
yourself up to a lot of problems.
I hear that the landing module is going to have an actual gym on board.
There is what their goal in this this whole series is to establish a sustainable long-term lunar presence. I think so. We're using larger, more advanced rockets, the SLS technology. But it also involves sort of a lot of vendors and the commercial partnerships that, so they don't really have complete control over all aspects of the mission. Sometimes I wonder if they're more focused on the vendors than the actual engineering of the design.
So it's almost like, I wouldn't say testing, but they probably did plenty of testing, but now they're doing like a real world test on what they think is going to be the future of like designs, because obviously the moon would be a useful stepping stone for further space exploration, because if we can build up a presence there, then we have a much better launch area for future missions, because you don't have to make it to escape velocity from the Earth through the atmosphere and everything.
Yeah, yeah. That's the whole idea behind space elevators and such as well. But so there are a couple things. Obviously, the equipment. They're looking to have more sophisticated, larger rockets with more flexibility in terms of the. On an Apollo mission, man, you had the orbit and the trajectory planned out, and you hit that, and there wasn't really much room for maneuvering. And still, it's the conundrum of having to carry your own fuel with you.
Mm-hmm.
The more fuel you have, the heavier your rocket is, and the harder it is to move.
The tyranny of fuel.
Yep. So it's very. It's not like in science fiction where people can just fly around and go wherever they want to go, man. You're pretty much stuck in the trajectory that you originally planned to do, and you don't have a lot of leeway as far as going back or forth. Now, so this whole Artemis program is supposedly to set the stage for future Mars missions, and the moon is a stepping stone. So they're using more difficult orbits. So Apollo just sort of raced into a really low orbit at 70 miles. They land, they come back, and they do a high burn to get back to Earth as soon as possible. Their goal was to minimize the time and space, and that's why its mission was 4 days shorter. But there's things like Apollo's atmosphere was pure oxygen. They're actually they're doing a standard nitrogen oxygen atmosphere in this, which means way more additional complexity. It's not like you can just put nitrogen and oxygen in a jar, and so you need, you have 2 gas dispersal systems and reclamation systems.
Right.
I think the CO2 scrubbers are essentially the same. And here's where, I guess I'm not exactly sure where the decision to use a more Earth-like atmosphere in the spaceship came from.
A more Earth-like atmosphere in the spaceship.
See, we breathe nitrogen. We breathe nitrogen and oxygen here, but in all our launches, it was just pure oxygen at lower pressures.
Wow.
If you had it at Earth-like pressures, you're looking at both oxygen as toxic and 100% oxygen at what atmosphere is toxic and about as flammable as you can get. So
that's the first thing I was thinking was the flammability, and then also, I mean, in some cases you need high oxygen for recovery, or somebody who just ran from one end zone to the other and scored a touchdown and stuff and needed to breathe.
Yeah.
Okay. Two things.
But anyway,
wait. Can I? One, oxygen is not flammable. It makes other things more flammable.
But
it's required for fire. No, it's not a fuel. It's an oxidant. Fire requires 3 things. You need fuel, you need oxygen, and you need ignition.
Yeah.
Oxygen is not
maybe
fuel.
It's not technically a fuel, but it needs to breathe it to live. And so, anyway, we are going to change gears now. But
I didn't fully answer your question.
All right. You get to answer your question, but we have someone special about to appear. So anybody in the audience out there, something special is coming. All
okay.
Right,
that must be Anna. Yeah, he's right. Oxygen is an oxidizing agent. That's where we get the word from, but it supports combustion and accelerates it. And, but at lower pressures, there's less amounts of it in the air, which has a more stable thing. But I'm saying the other part of complexity is the Artemis supply chain that involves commercial partners and international agencies, a lot more intricate scheduling and integration than you had. It's sort of like maybe too many chefs kind of ruin the broth sort of thing. So even the logistics of running the Artemis missions are much more complicated. But if they're going to be able to set up a permanent presence on the moon, it's going to involve that sort of thing. So in a lot of ways, this is a proof of concept. And now I've forgotten everything that I was holding in my head for the Silmarillion. So, but
Well,
man, that's a lot of.
I would
like,
highly go on.
well, just take all this off the hard drive, back it up on USB, and then you'll have room for the Silmarillion.
Yeah, and I will say, man, you know, I grew up reading this stuff, not necessarily hearing it said out loud, so pronunciations may actually vary.
Oh, I got the pronunciation. I do the audiobook these days because my vision, I can't really do the normal size text in a paperback or hardcover, but I was able to do all my spell checking last night to make sure I'm spelling things right, and I was spelling things differently. There's a lot of accents and umlauts and stuff.
I've always called it the Anulindalë, but some people may say it differently. I've heard a lot of different ways of that being said. So that's basically what we're covering tonight, right?
Yes, just the Anulindalë, and it is
I thought we were also
the
doing
creation story, basically, because I'm hoping this is going to continue. And I'd like to start with this, but for me, somebody who's really into creation stories, to be honest with you, from around the world and stuff from all sorts of mythologies, it's like, this is really cool because he made one, and it's fascinating how it works with the world that results from it. And but now we have a special guest here, first time on Earworms. This is our first Wednesday night stream, but Sunday nights, Friday nights, this is her first appearance overall. And you knew what I have to play as our intro video for The Giver of Lore.
Indeed.
I am no man.
Here she is, the Giver of Lore.
Hey.
For a second there, I thought we were going to go with a different lawgiver.
Yeah, I accidentally played that. I started playing that for Colin, and it's like, well, no, Colin.
No, when you said lawgiver, I'm old enough to remember the original Planet of the Apes movies.
Oh yeah.
And see, I thought you were going to do an Indiana Jones archaeology thing. So, but...
well, yeah.
No. I use that name on other streams. Yes, I've heard every joke about Indiana there is.
Oh,
we just call you Antenna, so that
you
works.
Do.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on. It's I would never want to miss a Silmarillion talk. Sorry to be late. I'd planned to watch the launch with my family and then come right on.
You were not late. We were early. I was like, oh, Brown's in. Well, here's the thing. I didn't know there was going to be a launch tonight, and I was like, I'm watching Brown. I'm like, what's going on? Where's aliens? You know, so I
gotta ask Archer, what is that thing? Is that a hedgehog, a groundhog?
I've changed it because apparently I had problems. It's actually, bear with me just 1 second while I go and hold it.
Is it like actually a crocheted?
It is. It's a crocheted me. Oh. It is. Seriously, it is 9 inches tall. And it's one of the ladies in my reenactment group. Years ago, when we have an annual
reenactment.
Oh, now I feel bad for calling you a groundhog.
Banquet. Sorry, my brain just came up. And one particular banquet, she actually made, because she doesn't, she actually crocheted these of most of a lot of us and gave it to us. And this is actually mine.
Is that a medieval hood she's got on you?
It is, although the hood is a black, but I think the grey I think is supposed to be my hair. but the hood it's a hood.
Your hair.
The black is the hood worn down because it's sneaky, and I could go on about this for ages, but I won't. But yeah, yes, it's a hood. It's a two-tone. It's a split tunic, green on one side, white on the other. Incidentally, the colours of the Welsh archers who saved the Black Prince's life at the Battle of Cressy in 1346, and then split hose, so different colour hose. It doesn't show up that way in that picture, but one leg is black and the other on this one is actually grey. But I tend to wear green.
Do you know how the prince sent the signal to be rescued?
He didn't need to. He's that. I'm sorry. The reason I'm hesitating is that this could, believe me, I talked about it.
Well, you knew what
how
was
long
coming.
this could go on for.
He fired an arrow out the window.
Don't use the F word.
Oh, that was loud. Ouch.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
No one said firing arrows back then because there was no gunpowder back then.
Oh, for crying out. All right. Well, Anna, hopefully you can rescue me from all the testosterone I'm surrounded by.
That's all I know. I haven't read the Silmarillion. I couldn't. So I'm going to be. That's it. I'm a complete newbie here. So
Real quick, Anna, I'm so glad you said crocheted because Colin and Liza last week, or the last time they talked about this, we're talking all about the knitting.
Oh, yeah,
They're going, that's crochet.
Yeah, it is crochet. Yeah, it's not knitting. It is crochet.
Colin, sometime we've got to talk about reenactment clothing because I actually do. I sew quite a lot and I make a lot of medieval reenactment clothing just for myself. I'm halfway through a kirtle that's in the closet.
Would you happen to be a Renaissance fair enthusiast?
I'm actually not. I just really like making stuff.
Oh, okay.
All I can say in that case is, my lady, I won't cast aspersions on your appallingly wanton appearance in having your hair uncovered.
I have a medieval veil in the closet right now. I'm just not going to put it on for the screen.
Yeah. So would that be a amigurumi of Archer himself there?
I don't know.
I guess so. Technically, it's amigurumi.
Yeah.
I don't know what that. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Is that taking Japanese for the sound of it?
That's the little Japanese crochet dolls.
Although, yeah, technically, amigurumi is knitted because amigurumi is to knit. It's not to crochet.
Oh.
Technically, crocheted ones are kuroshigurumi. But I think they all fall into the same umbrella. Sorry, I work in Japan, so I speak Japanese, and that's where I do all of my research.
What can I bust?
Awesome.
Anyway,
the most we do is drive a Subaru. And here we go. We are now going to be complete.
Also,
with the addition
I have the Japanese copy of the Fellowship that I was able to find.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that looks gorgeous.
So it's Yubiwa no Monogatari is what they call it in Japanese. Is the Tale of the Ring, and then this one, the Fellowship of the Ring, is Tabi no Nakama, the journeying companions.
Okay.
Well, I said last week that I had a book club edition with no dust cover. I was remembering incorrectly. I was thinking of my copy of Dune. I actually have a first printing of the Silmarillion.
Oh, nice!
Wow.
And the book club edition has like the stained glass, the round thing on it. This is the proper one. Nice.
First printing.
Hold on. Keep it up there. I'm there. There we go.
1 second.
Awesome.
Takes a second to unfold this thing.
Oh, boy.
There is a giant map in the back of it. Come on, you. All right. Forgive me. I can't see my camera when I hold this up. Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
Valerie and the
same
Lost.
Comment up for ages here. Sorry about that, folks. We are about to have things fixed here because now joining us, we are going to be complete. The fellowship is now complete for our evening's adventure because I get to introduce the wonderful Liza Sahido from the Psyche Electroacoustic Opera Company. and she will manage the comments much better than I. Welcome aboard. I'm hearing you through the door, but not through your mic, Liza. So you need to try some things, but keep trying and then say something. And when we hear you, we'll let you know. Okay, so anyway.
Report the news from the other room back to us.
Testing.
Yeah, I'm going to open.
Testing.
There she is.
Yep.
Okay, sorry guys. It usually auto selects my interface, and it didn't this time. So I don't know.
Well, all this streaming stuff creates issues. Every platform has its issues, and StreamYard is no different. It just costs more.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I have a Black Friday deal. But Liza, I've been leaving chats up. Looks like you're in charge of it now. There you go. Anything you want to say before we begin, Liza? I know probably one thing is when we were moving from Miami up here to North Florida, we were both listening to audiobook versions of The Silmarillion at the same time. And we were thinking a lot of stuff during that time because this was, in early 2021. And I don't know. We were just totally fascinated by the world building that Tolkien engaged in how, because there's multiple parts to this book. And one of the things that fascinated us was really the beginning, because it's like somebody composing a creation story for a whole, world, but universe surrounding the world, the deities, then the peoples, and then the connection between them. And he did it from the perspective of creating like an almost British but European-esque mythology based on some things from around Northern Europe and everything, and just drawing on all these influences to create a whole world. And the creation story itself, I was fascinated at how it worked with some from our world and how it also was kind of inventive on its own. And in any case, I'm just going to go blah, 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 from here on out, so we might as well.
I'm still impressed.
I think that the Silmarillion was Tolkien, and again, he was writing this, he started writing this in his youth. I think this was his exploration, the exploration of his faith, him questioning why this world is the way it is and why God would accept evil in the world. I think the Silmarillion is an expression of his struggle, struggling with his faith and questioning God. That's what I think is going on. And it's fascinating. And I think he dipped his toe into Gnosticism.
What do you think? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What's your question?
No, I was going to ask Anna what she thinks, because she is our resident scholar, I believe.
Absolutely. Hey, Anna, nice to meet you.
Also, nice to meet you. But yeah, exactly as Liza says, Tolkien was writing this in notebooks and pencil from a very young age. He finished his first draft of The Fall of Gondolin in a muddy notebook in a pencil 2 days before the Battle of the Somme, which was, of course, one of the bloodiest battles of World War I. And so you read The Fall of Gondolin now, and something that's, heartbreakingly beautiful, and you think of the context in which it was in. Tolkien says pretty famously that he dislikes allegory, but has clarified in other letters that quite a lot of his work is mythological, not allegorical, meaning that there is still allegory in it and that he doesn't dislike allegory. He talks later about how allegory appears first unconsciously and then again in the revision. And so he is exploring his own faith, his thoughts and ideas of language, of world, of good and evil and how bad things come to be. But at the same time, he was trying to make something that was really beautiful and meaningful, and that wasn't necessarily an exploration of his own psyche or anything like that. That was just, that could serve to inspire a generation of Englishmen, and it did, and a lot more than a generation.
Yeah, and uniquely English as far as what he was trying to create. I'm still trying to get past the fact that you were able to listen to the audiobook of the Silmarillion while you were driving. I lasted about 15 minutes and almost wrecked like 3 times.
I meant the whole process, not the driving bit. We weren't listening to it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I meant the whole process because there was 2 weeks we had to stay at our parents' house in Miami after we had sold our previous home before the closing of this one. And those 2 weeks there, we were staying up at night and listening to it, and with our cats and stuff in their garage, and it was a memorable experience.
Tolkien was a devout Catholic. Yep. Everything I've heard about Lord of the Rings, Silmarillion, was that he was attempting to create an English
mythology,
mythology, because there wasn't one for England before that, and he hated that.
Yeah, well, he felt that I guess the details of like the King Arthur story were kind of lacking, because it was sketchy. And
I have the quote here if you want it.
Oh,
this is Tolkien in a letter.
You're the scholar. You may deny it, but
saying, I was from early days grieved by the poverty of my own beloved country. It had no stories of its own, bound up with its tongue and soil, not of the quality that I sought and found as an ingredient in legends of other lands. There was Greek and Celtic, and Romance, Germanic, Scandinavian, and Finnish, which greatly affected me, and he loves Finnish. That's what Kenya, one of the Elven languages, is based on. But nothing in English, save impoverished chapbook stuff. Of course, there was and is all the Arthurian world, but powerful as it is imperfectly naturalized, associated with the soil of Britain, but not with English, and does not replace what I felt to be missing. For one thing, its fairy is too lavish and fantastical, incoherent and repetitive. For another, and more important thing, it is involved in and explicitly contains the Christian religion. And of course, Tolkien is devoutly Catholic, as Dutch said, but he was trying to write in a time that was kind of the pre-Christian noble pagan, the pagan who would have accepted Christ had he known of it. And he wanted to build a mythology that could feel very authentic to that pre-Christian time. And that's one of the issues he felt with Arthurian legend, was it was too bound up in much later and imported ideas of Christianity.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It wasn't that he was exploring his faith. It was that he was trying to create something new.
That may have been what he publicly, excuse me, I'm sorry. That may be what he had publicly said, but you read this, you listen to this, and you hear the struggle with his faith. Now, just because you question certain things doesn't mean you've lost your faith. I mean, I think one of the tragedies of religion is that it keeps people from using what God gave you, the ability to think critically and question. If he didn't want us to do that, he wouldn't have given us the ability to do that. But to get to Anna's, Javana's, I love that, point about, well, it was more about creating something beautiful than exploring his faith. Well, according to Robert Scruton, that's what
Roger,
a real, yes, Roger Scruton, that's what a real artist does. A real artist can take tragedy and turn it into beauty. And that's he was obviously a real artist. And so I'm going to disagree with you there, a Dutch Gradient.
Well, maybe it's just the wording. The idea is that he wasn't really struggling with his faith so much necessarily, but even the most faithful person is going to be thinking, well, how does this work? How does this work? And can I draw upon some of the things in my belief systems and some of the questions I still have and make that into something?
There's nothing in the Bible that says you can't have questions.
Yeah, right.
Right. And so,
well,
I mean, just because you ask, God, why do you allow this to happen, doesn't mean that you've stopped believing in God.
If you stop believing, you wouldn't ask.
Yeah.
Or
it's like, oh, this is just random happenings and there is no God.
This work had begun right from the beginning because, as he says in this interview, which I'm about to play, I do have a link to it in the description. So if you want to check it out on your own, because I don't know if I'll play the whole thing, but this one's rather short. Maybe I can. Basically, here he describes how he was thinking about his universe and world building right from the beginning, even in the children's story called The Hobbit, when he was writing that. He was thinking about this world, and it was there all along. So let me play this interview a little bit here.
You're obliged, any author I imagine is obliged to call on his stock, private stock.
Is this another word for what Freud would call the unconscious?
No.
No, I didn't think it was.
No, both. What is himself, both, no doubt, what he inherits in his unconscious, and what he has as part of his mental makeup and reading, his memory. But he may not have the object of revealing that, or lecturing to anybody, or even trying to put forward his view as a total one or a good one.
Let's avoid the word lecture for a moment, because it suggests a propagandist work, and I don't think anybody is really talking about that.
Well, they have been, so perhaps...
well, I'm not, and you're not, so let's not.
No, good.
But let's then accept the fact that out of this stock you invent the world, and this stock does include a stock of ideas about how worlds ought to be. No?
No. Because I don't believe that there is any one recipe at any one time.
You don't yourself make out a recipe for personal behaviour. You don't believe you yourself ought to live in a certain sort of way.
Ah, well, but I thought you were talking about worlds, when I thought you were thought to the fact, for instance, that a lot of kings, and obviously the hereditary principle is a strong thing, and so on, but...
well, let's be plain. For instance, in this particular world that you have invented, the hereditary principle is very strong.
Yes.
Though not ubiquitous. The hobbits don't have one,
no,
don't they?
Quite so, no.
But do you yourself look back on a world in which the hereditary principle is strong with affection?
I do, yes, obviously. But Swordsmanship is also very much easier, well, I find it very much easier to one in which, out of which to make a story.
And you're only concerned with making a story?
It was my primary concern, which I started out with.
And you took 14 years to make this story?
Quite so, yes.
And this was a story in...
But that is partly out of the fact that I'm a meticulous sort of bloke. And that I took 14 years, not for the general things it is now, but finding time schemes and getting everything right and so on.
Well, for instance, this whole matter of the appendices, 100 pages, language, social customs, history. Normally, if you had been writing a history as a historian, all these would have existed on a card index before you ever began to write.
Yeah.
Is this true for the
Lord
of the Rings?
So, yes. One thing that, for instance, in the remarks you made at the beginning was the fact that time passed and the hobbits grew into this world. Yes. Matter of fact, what really happened was that because having already constructed the world, they became drawn into it.
The world was constructed like a model aeroplane?
No, but it existed in posse and in a large scale plan before The Hobbit was written. The Hobbit was in fact originally an attempt to write something outside it and grew into it.
So that you had literally invented the world before you even wrote The Hobbit?
Oh yes, indeed.
Why?
Why, I don't think I could not really say why one wishes to create a thing like that.
Well then, all right, how? What started it? There must have been a point at which quite suddenly, like God, you chose to make the world like that.
I was going to use that illustration. I thought I'd use that. Because, as I've said elsewhere, I think that if you wish to push me back into what semi-theological or philosophical back, I think because being made by a creator, one of our natural faculties is wishing to create. But since we aren't creators, we have to sub-create. That's to say, we have to rearrange the primary material in some particular form which pleases us, which it isn't necessarily a moral pleasing, it's partly aesthetic pleasing.
Then you make this distinction between what pleases aesthetically because it's balanced and what pleases morally. God, we may assume, made a moral rather than an aesthetic choice. Is this too great an assumption?
It's one which required a very long time to debate, but I should have thought that we are dealing with something which we're only looking at facets of one whole, but certainly an aesthetic whole is surely, an aesthetic facet is as strongly to be predicated as a moral one.
In this world that you yourself have made, the complexities that exist mostly, it seems to me, outside the creatures of the world. There is an absolute evil and there is an idea of absolute good. Would you agree? Mordor, after all, is a principle of absolute evil.
I don't believe in absolute evil, but I do believe in absolute good.
Yeah.
Let's say,
If you don't believe in absolute evil, why did you create the Dark Lord, who seems to be the apotheosis of it?
But he said in the book that he himself was not evil to begin with.
Ah, he fell. Then, like Lucifer.
Yeah.
So you're...
Well, he's several stages down from Lucifer.
You do believe, then, that there can be a state of absolute good from which most people do fall?
He said, for instance, there's no religion in the book. There isn't, for reasons which are partly aesthetic, partly auctorial, and partly the history. This book, so-called Lord of the Rings, comes at the end of a long series of stories I've created in which the situation would be explained. Why there were no, for instance, churches, rituals, and temples, and so on.
Yes, but sure, to read into the book a kind of allegory of the H-bomb. What is said somewhere in the book is that the One Ring is a power so enormous that even if a good man were to use it against a bad, it would corrupt the good man.
But that is a thing which other people have arrived, other views other people arrived at long before the H-bomb was invented.
I'm going to stop there, but there is a link in the description, interview of J.R.R. Tolkien, and I forget the exact title name of the YouTube video, but it's in the description as the interview about his creation of his universe. But I know they went through a number of things there. I love British interviews because they cover a lot of grounds, and at some point you know that they're just restraining from clobbering each other, and but being very respectful and everything, because you can see he's kind of frustrated with some of the questions. But all H-bombs and stuff aside, I think, at least we know he was building this world in his mind before The Hobbit. And
we lost
and then
Colin.
The Silmarillion was his chance to unveil the world, which he never finished. And fortunately, Christopher Tolkien was able to help with that. Anybody want to say anything?
We lost Colin.
Yeah, let's rescue him.
I don't know how. That's up to his computer.
He still seems to be
here for
in the waiting room. He sent a message in the studio chat.
Oh, it usually brings you right back on, Colin.
All right. Yeah, well,
But
this is mine.
there we go.
I was thinking that there's a couple things when he's saying about building the world and all the rest of it. I thought, okay, now I understand exactly why Lord of the Rings is the basis for all fantasy for all role play games, because you start by building the world. And I thought, I'd known obviously Dungeons and Dragons and the rest of it is all heavily inspired by Tolkien, but having said that, he got to that point of doing the entire world before he even started doing the stories. I thought, yeah, that makes sense. Why it fits so well with that's why it spun off fantasy role-playing games, because like anything like that, you need the world.
So, are we ready to begin with the Anulindalë, the beginning of the chapter 1 of the Silmarillion, or is there something somebody else would like to bring to bear at this point? Go ahead.
On one thing regarding creation that he brought up in that interview just now, which is clear from Tolkien's worldview of creation overall. There's the oft-quoted thing about how evil can never create. It can only do a mockery of it. But the thing is, Tolkien believed that good could never truly create. Only God is able to create true inspiration. And we see that as we're reading through the Ainulindalë, is that all true creation and all true light comes from Iluvatar, and everything else is merely the expression of his will. And so Tolkien, I highly recommend, he wrote a short story which is highly allegorical called Leaf by Niggle, and I highly recommend everyone check out that short story, which is about, it's basically an allegory for his own process of creation and life.
Somebody has a speaker on. Are we clear now? Please continue, Anna.
Okay. And so, as I'm going to quibble with Nazi 3PO here, he's claiming that Tolkien was not a devout Catholic throughout his life and that his Catholicism didn't, in fact, inform every facet of everything he did. Tolkien believed that he was only, in a way, expressing the glory of God through his work. He believed that we are able to create, if you're making something from a perspective of good, you're able to in some ways reorder and reshape the good that has already been created and to make echoes of it, which is different from the mockery that's what's created by evil, but that echoes still can never achieve the divinity and the approximation of what was originally created. And it's a trend, lots of scholars have written about this in Tolkien's work, is that we see a trend of diminishing, of things becoming ever more divorced from that divinity at the start, and things become smaller and smaller and more splintered. The light of the trees, of the two trees, is an allegory for that light becoming ever more splintered. They started out, the original light of Eru Iluvatar was in the two lamps, which were cast down by Melkor, and then they were recaptured and put into the two trees grown by Yavanna, and then the two trees were poisoned and drained by Melkor, and they produced at the end one fruit and one flower, which became the sun and the moon. And then the trees were made once again, but were unable to have the same light. And those were the trees that were the forebears of Nimloth, the white tree of Numenor, which barely survived. A single fruit was taken from Nimloth when Numenor was overthrown and became the lineage of the trees of Gondor, which barely survived. And you see ever more that light is getting smaller and smaller. We get further and further away from the beauty that was at the beginning of creation, but the beauty is still there, sometimes at great sacrifice by many people. And Tolkien saw this as, our fallen world, our fall from God. We get further and further away, and yet there is still divinity and beauty to be found in the everyday, and that it's our role, our responsibility to seek out the beauty and to preserve it for more people, to keep those little splinters of light alive.
Yeah, can I add something, guys? Even in the Ainulindalë, as we talk, the implication when they start complaining about Melkor's discordant song, the implication is that too was part of Iluvatar's design. And I'll remind you, even way back or way after, remember when Gandalf tells Frodo about Bilbo finding the ring? Behind that, there was something else at work beyond any design of the ringmaker. I can put it no plainer than by saying Bilbo was meant to find the ring and not by its maker. All throughout this is the implication that only Iluvatar can create, and that everything that happens, it may be the subtle hand of God, but it's always by the hand of God.
Well, here's a question I have, and I'm posing this mostly as a question. One of the first things they say as we begin this, and I'm going to go to the next slide very soon, but when Eru is introduced, he's called the One. Does that mean all creation comes from Eru? Therefore, that may be the main creator, but we have some ability, we'll say in this case the race of men or elves, have some ability to draw on that divine spirit to create, but only through the will of that divine spirit.
The one or not the one.
And then if it's not through the will of the divine spirit, it might be a corruption thereof. I don't know.
There is an implication that humans might have an ability to draw more on the will of Eru than even the elves, his first children, because the elves are the first and the humans are the followers, and then the dwarves, of course, were made by Aule. But Eru exists outside of the world of Arda or the universe of Ea. He exists in the timeless halls, and the Valar are Ainur who have come into Ea, who have come into the universe of Arda, and are bound by it. They can't leave anymore. And now that the Valar are in Ea, they age and feel the weight of cares. And that's why at the end of time, after Dagorath and the final battle and everything, the Valar will be renewed and become young again. But Eru Iluvatar can still communicate with them, especially through Manwë, the High King of the Valar. And he exists outside of time. But elves are bound to Arda. And even when they die, even when elves go to the halls of Mandos, they can never truly leave Arda because that's a condition of their immortality. But humans are something different. Humans, when they die, they go to some other plane. Not even Manwë knows. This is something, the fate of humans, of the Edain, and of men in general, is a mystery even to the Valar, because that's something that's only in the design of Iluvatar, and he didn't reveal that to them at the beginning. And that is the gift of mortality. That was the corruption of Numenor in the Second Age, is that they believed that the gift of mortality was actually a curse, that dying was bad. But Tolkien, again, with his Christian assumption, well, his Christian perspective coming in, his thought is that being able to die and being able to leave the earth and return to the presence of the All-Father, essentially, was the greatest gift of all. And so it can be interpreted that humans have a different and a more privileged relationship with Iluvatar, in that they're able to return, but we never really know where it is that humans go when they die.
I'm thinking of what Lorien says in Babylon 5 when he was talking to Ivanova about the gift of a short lifespan is that love lasts forever, compared to like the elves with their longer lifespan, in that they can't even begin to think that way because they see everything, changing, and things that they did love dying around them. And so there's a lot of ways in which JMS drew on Tolkien's work. So, are we ready to do the Ainulindalë or Indalë? Alindalë? I don't know. I'm just
Ainulindalë, you got it.
That's what I was going to say.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle.
All right. I actually have a question. So,
okay, all right. Istophobos says we need to behave now. Here we go.
No. It's about the diacriticals. So the thing, I guess, that would be described as an umlaut above the E. What is the pronunciation guide for that? I know it's not German because they don't have that.
I think in Kenya, which is the only one that has that diacritic, it's to emphasize which vowel in a diphthong needs to be emphasized. So like in Erendel or something, or like Elye, which has a YE, and he was Tolkien was using a Y as a vowel as well. Whenever there's a diacritical, that is the emphasis. For everyone who listened to the Silmarillion audiobook, Martin Shaw is great. He's got a great voice, but he didn't go through the pronunciation guide, and he tends to emphasize the penultimate syllable no matter what.
I noticed,
but even though he said Iluvatar, a lot of times it is Iluvatar. There's a whole bunch of other words he got wrong. So don't trust Mr. Shaw too much.
Yeah, I know. He has a great voice, but I was like, wait a minute. I mean, the first time I heard it, even though I was still new to it then, I still knew, because it's like, wait a minute, you pronounced it Iluvatar before. Now it's Iluvatar? What are you talking about?
So the diacritical over the E on Eowyn, would that be to emphasize A? As in Eowyn and not Eowyn?
Yeah,
that's Old English, which is a real language and is my favorite language of all of Tolkien's that he uses, because it's so. By the way, I recommend, if you're interested in the languages, I don't know if you can see it that well, but there's this fantastic book, The Languages of Middle-earth, Ruth Noel, and I used this in college, and it goes through all of the languages and all of their pronunciation. This is a really excellent guide. And then if you're interested in Old English specifically, I have the 5th edition in Mitchell and Robinson's A Guide to Old English, but you could get a more recent edition because there's always new scholarship on Old English. But anyway, with Eowyn, once again, the diacritics that we use in our modern representation of Old English is, again, to emphasize which letter in a diphthong. But it's different rules than Kenya.
I do want to point out that you claim Middle English, Old Englishes were a real language, but I believe that the jury's still out on that.
Oh, these are a language in our Earth.
Fair enough.
Yavanna, you are truly the giver of lore.
Anyway, sorry. So diacritics, you look at the Ainulindalë, that one is the lay should be emphasized. And so you've all been saying it correctly.
Old English becomes, if I remember right, when Anglo-Saxon is translating into English, pretty much around the time we get the French start to come in, if I remember right. Old English predates the French influence.
Yeah. I would point out that makes the English victims of colonizers long before they were accused of being colonizers themselves.
Absolutely.
So you get victim points, guys. All of you Brits out there.
Yeah.
You now have some street cred.
Romans, Vikings, Normans, who were Vikings, they weren't French.
Yeah.
They were Normans, Normandy. Yeah.
Yeah, for an island, you guys were extraordinarily well traveled, I have to say.
Yeah.
Everyone just, it was a really attractive destination. Everyone wanted to go there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They still
do,
unfortunately.
Yes, they
but
do.
here we are talking about the song, basically, of the Ainur, which are the host, if you would say. The heavenly host is probably the best
thank you.
parallel we have.
And eventually they would split off to become the Valar and the Maiar and Morgoth off there to the side. My favorite little story about Melkor. And then from the Maiar came the Ishtari.
Right. That even goes beyond this chapter, but that's
it's just trying to throw a little context. Yeah.
There may be people who are new, or some folks that have read Lord of the Rings but haven't read the Silmarillion. I know there's a lot of people in that camp.
Hand up. That's me. My hand's up here.
So, and we're going to ask you later, but not right now, Colin. We're going to ask you later what your thoughts are so far, just from one chapter. But next
I'll let
we,
you know
next I put Eru, who also is known as Iluvatar in Kenya. He is the one.
Can I just clarify something?
Go ahead.
I'm taking it that Kenya is something Lord of the Rings, not a former British colony in Africa.
Quenya.
No, it's just I presumed it was, but you said Kenya, and I'm thinking.
Or Quenya, I don't know. Maybe that's.
Thank you. I presumed it wasn't
It's...
Kenya, but I thought, being as a time when and the linguistic interest of Tolkien, he might have had a Kenyan connection. But thank you. So that's the one that's cute that I've seen spelled Q-U-E-N-A.
Yes,
yeah.
It is the first language of the elves that they developed. So the Ainur do not actually speak. The Valar speak a language called Valarin, which we only get a few fragments of in Tolkien's lore, and it's really fascinating because it's not connected to any of the other languages of Middle Earth. And scholars think it might have Tolkien might have been drawing on Sumerian to make Valarin for the words we know. Like, it's really cool. But for whatever reason, the firstborn of the elves, they felt really uncomfortable speaking Valarin, and it's said that only a few of them ever learned it. And so instead the Ainur spoke to them in Kenya and would speak to each other in Kenya when elves were present, and they only used Valarin among themselves. And so Kenya was the first tongue, and then Sindarin, the other language, was made by the Sindar elves who stayed in Middle Earth, who never left Middle Earth and went to Valinor.
At the time that we're talking about Valarin, the only one true language that existed, it was the tongue of the Ainur, and it was essentially the language spoken in the timeless halls before the creation of Ea. All other languages, including Elvish and Mannish tongues, developed later within that world.
Although there's a scholarly theory, there's no backing up for this, but a lot of people think that the Black Speech of Mordor may actually be based on Valarin as well, because Sauron was an Ainur. He was one of the lesser Ainur, or he was an Aina. He was one of the lesser Ainu that came, but he may have used it to develop Black Speech. And there are a few words, like the word for ring is Nazg in Black Speech, and it's like Nazgak or something in Valarin. And so there's a few similarities, but we have so little of both languages that we can never really know. But it's a fun theory.
Right. And you're saying that he might have used ancient Sumerian to develop what little of the Valarin that he did?
Tolkien probably did. He used Adunaic for he used classical Arabic for Adunaic, which is the language of Numenor. He used Finnish as a base. I mean, there's all sorts of things he drew on, but he used Finnish a lot for Kenya. He used he used Semitic languages, including some Hebrew for the dwarves. He used Welsh for Sindarin. He's probably one of the few to appreciate the beauty of Welsh. And he used, of course, famously Old English for the people of Rohan, for Rohirric, and he used Middle English for the tongue of the hobbits, the native tongue that they speak. So he drew on, he was pulling in all the languages that he loves, but there's little bits of everything all over.
Yeah, well, appreciate this time because the languages get quite complicated. So this is the last time that we only have one to learn. So,
yeah, well, no, there's two here actually, but
no, right now there's just Valarine, but
yeah, I know in existence, but I'm basically anytime I introduce the subject, I'm trying to, in the book, it does introduce the name Iluvatar right along with Eru, pretty much, so I included it.
Okay,
but that's why they say there was Eru, the one who in Arda is called Iluvatar, meaning he was kind of retrograde named that after Arda was created.
To it, it's nice to introduce these names up front, so they're like, "Who you talk about later?"
Yeah,
so,
helps.
Anyway, sorry, I'll zip it. I could talk about the languages forever, but that's not why we're
beautiful. Here. Your contributions are very welcome. And
don't you dare zip anything.
Hold back.
So lovely.
Don't hold back.
Yeah. I'll pull it back up. Yeah.
What's the matter?
I thought Anna would get a kick out of that.
Oh, what is it?
Remember the starfruit wine I made for Professor Seke?
Yeah.
Well, when I sent it to him, I put on the label El Enyave Mirvore, because he was a big fan of. This man could speak in High Elvish, okay?
Elen Yave literally means star fruit. The Yav in Yavanna comes from the word for fruit.
Yeah, I did like a ton of research and I lost it all, but I even knew how to, how to pen it with
Tengwar? Did you write it in Tengwar script?
Yes. Yeah. And so it was a beautiful label. I have the picture somewhere. But yeah, and I sent it as a gift to him and he got a kick out of it.
Well, for those of you that don't know, he was a professor that Liza studied with. He meant a lot to her.
Amazing musician. Yeah.
He served on what was it, a review committee for her for a lot of things. So he was like a mentor that lasted, it wasn't just a professor for a class. He was very special, and we did performances with him. We presented some of his music. He did pieces like one called The Two Trees, but he actually named it in High Elvish and so forth. Oh. But he recently passed.
Yeah.
And so
I'm
that's
sorry.
why hearts are a little heavy right now, but it's a special memory.
Yeah, we're all lucky to get one or two people like that. My Japanese professor passed away about 10 years ago, and he was like that. It's I think you're lucky to even get one teacher in your life like that these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I wanted to point out, just for clarification, I think everyone on the panel knows this, but Ea is the entire universe that was just created by Eru Iluvatar. And I'm relaxing my pronunciations just because I'm lazy. And Arda is the specific planet, the Earth solar system, where all of these stories take place. So Ea would represent all the material existence, where Arda would be the designed realm for elves and men within the larger space of that.
Okay.
And Arda was flat when it was first made. It was like a plate. It wasn't bent until later. It didn't become round until later.
Are you going to tell me it wasn't bent until the elephants went away?
No, that happened later. It was a punish for those naughty Numenorians.
It was Numenor's fault. Yeah. But
the turtles left first.
Yes.
Listen, the scale of this world just grows consistently, so it's nice when it's small and you can sort of grasp everything.
Well, there isn't one yet.
At once.
There isn't one yet. I'm introducing.
Here we go.
Yeah. Okay, so Yeah, once again, my controls cover up here, but I believe this is the Ainur. And that is the heavenly host, and as we would describe it, but they are beings there with the Iluvatar, or Eru, and in the beginning, that's the name of the music, is the Anulindalë, and basically that's the music being created from Eru. He composes the themes, and the host basically, if you think about it, it's probably like musical counterpoint, where it would be basically he's composing the themes, and they would do ornamental music around it, flowing with it, in time with it, where there's rhythm, and then harmonizing with it where there's melody, except for one musician who, as we'll see, basically
Lawrence?
chose to be not so harmonious. Yes.
Don't forget, you can resize your screen so that your controls no longer hide the bottom.
Yeah, I chose a font size, so that makes it hard to get it out of the way. But go ahead. I should warn everybody, the artwork I'm using is AI generated, so it is not sanctioned at all.
No, really?
Is the music just music, or is it music that creates and runs the universe, or something like
obviously there's no sound at this point. There isn't even sight. Later, Eru gives the Ainur sight, and they see for the first time. At this point, think of it as almost just, pure consciousness, and perhaps vibrations that are musical, not in air like for hearing, but just, you got to think in the real abstract here. And basically it's like, Eru is emanating stuff.
Music
and
of the spheres,
they can
almost,
either harmonize or not, but basically all choose to harmonize until one that we're coming upon here.
Yeah. Are we going to be reading the text word for word, or are we just going to be paraphrasing?
We would be copyright struck so fast if we tried that.
Oh,
I'm going to follow Lawrence's lead on this.
Okay.
Anna, you're welcome. I think we're allowed to quote sections, but I don't think we're going to just read the book.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's some wonderful summaries, but I didn't really even think about the copyright thing, but of course that would be a problem, wouldn't it? So we're at the very beginning of creation.
Yeah, and once again, obviously, this is before there's anything to see, and they don't have sight. I know they're what do you call that? Anthropomorphized here.
Yeah,
but obviously, just think of it as conscious entities. And
yes,
they
have no form at this time either. The Ainur can all take on a form called, the singular is Fana and the plural is Fanar, which they veil themselves in forms that can appear humanoid when they come to Earth.
Right.
But that's, since Sauron is an Ainur, everyone knows that after the Second Age, he lost the ability to appear in a fair Fana. And after the Third Age, he lost the ability to appear in a form at all. He was just a formless evil. And the reason for that is he didn't have basically the divine ability to take a Fana upon himself. But at this point, they're just consciousnesses. There's not even any speech until Iluvatar speaks to them. The Ainur just communicate telepathically.
So we haven't named them yet. That was what I was getting at.
Not yet.
Okay.
But there is
What
the
an
first
image.
name. The first name that comes up is Melkor, who is not playing in harmony with Eru. But you get this sense that Eru somehow is not like, he knows better. And I say he, I guess Eru's above that. It's beyond.
No, they
male,
say
female.
he. It says he in the book.
Well, it's language, so we got to say something. And it would just be, I guess, a little too distant. But it's like, but anyway, Melkor.
Yeah, what kind of Lovecraftian trombone is that?
You play it with the nostrils.
It's a nostril flute.
Yuck. Oh,
I scrape out the bogies every time.
It's better AI than I normally use.
No, but I do think it's interesting to sort of examine his choice of creation myth and how they actually used song, you know, which is different from our typical creation to actually create the universe.
Mm-hmm.
The big one in China was, the fight between a celestial tiger and a dragon, and then the blood becomes. There's all kind. But I really appreciate, and I don't know what Tolkien's thought processes were.
It's
when
almost like, now I know this is the wrong term, but it's probably for something that might be termless. It's like, I guess the closest I get to it is thinking of it as almost casting a spell, because basically the themes Eru is composing right now, and the harmonization either comes or the discord comes, whatever. But all this is almost like a recipe for making the creation that is Ea and Arda within it.
Wasn't musical? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Istafobus.
I was saying, as upset as the other Valar are about the discordant music, Eru makes it quite clear that all of this is essentially his will, his creation.
Yeah, it's like, that's all right.
He's not surprised.
That's all right. Just hang out.
And that's why he named him Melkor. I don't think anybody'd be surprised, mostly.
It almost reminds me of that one episode of Avatar, The Last Airbender, the animated series, where Aang is in the Fire Kingdom and he just starts playing a Suki horn and dancing and stuff while the rest of them are playing march-like and stuff like that. I don't know if you ever seen that episode.
I know that episode.
No, never seen it.
Wasn't Tolkien a songwriter?
Well, he wrote
Didn't
lyrics.
he compose little ditties for Lord of the Rings that were meant to be a song?
Yes,
lyrically, I don't know about musically.
Well, Anna, what did you say?
Oh, he wrote quite a lot of poetry, and we hear that it was all set to beautiful songs. I don't know that he ever wrote the songs, even when he would do for his classes, because he would write songs in Old English for his students. He would just set it to Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
His music was close to his heart, so he's like, okay.
If I could read one small passage to back up what Ista was saying.
Yeah, before I want to point out, I've been streaming nonstop without a break since 1, and this is not EFAP, and it's 8 o'clock now. So if I start to sound a little loopy, don't worry, I haven't picked up the sauce, but I am starting to feel a little bit, tired.
You got to work on that endurance.
Oh.
At my age, there is nothing left to work on, dear. It's all gone.
But go ahead, Dutch. You were about
Thank you. Then Iluvatar spoke, and he said, Mighty are the Ainur, and mightiest among them is Melkor. But that he may know, and all the Ainur, that I am Iluvatar, these things that ye have sung, I will show them forth, that ye may see what ye have done. And thou, Melkor, shalt see that no theme may be played that hath not its uttermost source in me, nor can any alter the music in my despite. For
exactly, like Melkor, you are still doing my will no matter what you think.
For he that attempteth this shall prove but mine instrument in the devising of things more wonderful, which he himself hath not imagined.
So when Tolkien said that Morgoth was several steps down from Lucifer, did he mean down in a good way or a bad way? That can be
I
sort of
point
interpreted.
Out here for anyone that's seeing this and not familiar with the story yet, that when Morgoth is, I didn't put it in there, but it is another name for Melkor.
Yeah. So Melkor would be Lucifer and Morgoth would be his name after.
It was one elf that named him Morgoth and just started calling him that.
Wasn't it? Oh gosh.
So yeah, Morgoth means the black foe, black enemy. But Melkor means a rising in might, which was the name he had as an Ainur, and that could be good or bad. So it's not necessarily an evil thing.
Right.
And he was also called Bauglir, but I forget what that means off the top of my head.
Was he the one that eventually became Sauron?
Anna, would you say when Tolkien described Melkor as several steps down from Lucifer, would you mean that he was not as bad, or he was way more bad, or more intense? Or
I had the same question actually listening to the interview, because I thought maybe he's saying that, you know, in the struggle of good and evil to Lucifer, perhaps Melkor is just a pale imitation of, you know, the evil that Lucifer can wreak upon the world. Or perhaps he meant the opposite, because Morgoth is forgiven and rebels several times against the Valar.
Yeah, that's the curse of being a scientist or an engineer and precision. So many people talk in ways that are vague, and they don't even realize that it can be interpreted either way. And what he said is really sort of directionless. So that might be an interesting thing to research.
Well, we have here an answer from our lovely chat. Eraserhead, Feanor, that is the elf who gave Melkor the name Morgoth.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question that I asked, which is...
I just want to say,
I don't know
because
which
I
it is.
proposed it earlier without having the name Feanor, and I just want to thank Eraserhead for providing that name before we move on too far from when I originally said it.
Yeah, that guy is like the source of everybody's freaking problems, man. He's
Who, Eraserhead?
No, Feanor. He's a big pain. Could be Eraserhead too. I don't know. He may be as much of a pain in the ass as Feanor was, but I'm just saying.
No,
I don't know.
Maybe
like
let
I
me
don't
hear
know.
Eraserhead, don't leave.
No, I mean Feanor he's the big. I mean, obviously, besides Melkor, he's the big troublemaker amongst the elves.
No, Eraserhead's great, but yeah, that's the thing. I think probably what he was, and I don't want to think for him or claim that I know, but at least what I got from watching his face when he said that was that perhaps he meant that no, what Melkor did was not as bad as Lucifer, because Lucifer is real.
Yeah, he did try to completely overthrow heaven, and
well, for a devout Catholic, it's like, no, this one's the real one, Lucifer. Yeah.
English accent like Tom Ellis.
And then, what do we have here? Looks like I over-embossed the font here.
Can't read that. Ooh.
Yeah, I can't.
The irony.
Yeah. Sight has been granted. Basically, now this is all a vision. Basically, the Ainur, and we'll find, and in this chapter we get introduced to 3 of them, other than Melkor, who was originally Ainur too. But we get introduced to 3 of them. But basically, he's showing all the Ainur at this point just a vision of what this music, or I say music, but it's obviously not sound, but this vibrational energy that's being created, what it's creating. So he's basically almost like showing them a vision in time before time exists. And then only so much time, because the vision he shows them only goes up to the 3rd age. And so he leaves what happens afterwards a mystery to even the Ainur. But he basically, and I'm sure they can't capture all the history. It's not like they get all the history, but they at least just see a vision of what is to come, what this creation is, before the creation actually comes into existence. So it's basically, like I said, a vision. And this is when sight is first created, in that now they can see something,
By the way, I really loved the juxtaposition between Colin saying sight has been granted, and then Lawrence saying sight has been granted.
I appreciated that too.
When did Tolkien actually start writing all these things? Write a lot of this.
1910.
Are you talking about action? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No. The reason. That's a very specific reason I ask.
He had penned a lot of this by 1916.
because I'm rereading the Lensman series. And I'm seeing quite a few bits and pieces here that I don't know whether they have any connection or not, but certainly have similar themes like describable sounds and things like this. So I'm just wondering if the one influenced the other, or if they're completely different. But obviously, the Lens was hard science fiction, not fantasy.
Yeah, my guess is that they were both shared some of the same influences, but probably didn't have much to do with each other.
Yeah.
I did want to read this little note here because it's nice and concise. It talks about, there are countless Ainur, but only the ones that entered upon entering Aya, the universe, to shape it. They committed themselves to its existence, meaning their power is contained within it, and they cannot leave until the world is completed. They became the stewards of Arda, sharing its fate and life. The Valar chose to enter Arda to prepare it for the children of Iluvatar, which bound them to the world's fate.
And I mean, I love this stream so far. We're like quoting it like it is the Bible.
Awesome. It kind of all fantasy is because of this. So
yeah, all mythologies are Bibles. You know, it's not like the Greeks said, "Oh, isn't that a cool story about Hercules?" You know, they were sacrificing people to their gods. They took that shit pretty seriously. So, all of these are Bibles to the people that created them.
Liza, is there a reason why you keep hiding the chat? I would keep putting up. I'm trying to.
Oh, you're releasing it because I had released it before, and it's like what? And I thought it was.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I thought I had clicked on it again.
I just wanted
accidentally.
to talk about this because Istophobos was talking about this earlier. It's kind of like it's like an interesting question, and I wanted to make sure that our panelists could see it. Yeah, it's like, what of this is chance, and what of this is Eru's plan? You know, and that's something that Istophobos brought up before. I guess, hinting that everything is Eru's plan. I guess you could say all these chances were originally part of the original composition. Right?
We had a question like this come up in Babylon 5, Babylon Squared, when we're talking about Sinclair being taken aboard the Minbari cruiser, and that's why he's suddenly the one that everything is keyed to. And it didn't matter that it was him. It could have been anyone who flew up there, and they would have been the one. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's one other thing at play here, which is Tolkien absolutely believed in free will, and he embedded that as a central theme in his works, influenced by the Catholic faith. So even though everything is a grand design by Iluvatar, men, elves, dwarves, and hobbits possess the free will to choose between good and evil, even while acting within a broader
does he know what
fate.
They're going to choose ahead of time?
Well, I don't know if he does.
Being outside of time itself, he could see.
Are you talking about Iluvatar or Tolkien? Or are you saying the word?
Iluvatar, yeah.
Well, yeah, I suspect that he does. It's one of those things where it's why the hand of fate is so subtle and so gentle, because he only ever uses just enough to set his creation in motion. But he says right there in what Dutch was reading that, nothing belongs in here that is not my creation. And yet we'll have the right to choose.
I do have to say this, though, in answer to Dutch.
Not the one.
Yep. So Jeffrey Sinclair isn't even the one.
Yeah, we have to be the only stream that's doing Tolkien and with Babylon 5 and some Lensman mixed in there. I mean, God bless nerds.
Yes. If you're out there within the reach of our voices, please share the stream.
Yeah, as long as nobody tries to shove in Twilight or Hunger Games bullshit, we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Well,
let us talk about stuff from the last century, and stuff that was written was good.
So part of this vision what's coming up, most of what's coming up now is part of this vision. It hasn't happened yet because actually, at this point, Eru hasn't spoken Ea and Arda, the world within Ea, into existence yet. So the Ainur are seeing like elements of what's to come, but they're kind of in it too, even though they're not. It's almost like virtual reality, I guess. Here's the vision, but you get to kind of feel it and sense it and everything.
Well, I love the idea that he created and granted them sight so they could see what they actually created with their music, even though he's the one speaking it into existence. It's a very elegant and poetic form of creation.
Mm-hmm. And basically we saw there, like, I was trying to get it as flat as I could. I had to say floating island in space to try and get there. But
there's a good one from Discworld you could use, but I need to ask you, there are no slides from Rings of Power in the stream, are there?
Oh, no,
Better not be. Oh.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm out of here. Like,
No.
We do have some slides from War of the Rohirrim.
That animated thing, monstrosity?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh,
well, I don't have any slides.
April Fools.
Okay.
Oh,
okay. I'm the one that made.
It's like Lawrence. No, you didn't. You didn't.
Yeah. See, the reason why I'm doing this is I've been trying to avoid all that April Fool's nonsense. Like,
oh, I have managed.
We've mostly
the launch wasn't real. It was just a big prank.
Yeah, we've been doing the regular. Yeah, I've been doing regular stream nonsense all day, but nothing special about it being April Fool's. We're just our normal idiot selves.
Could you imagine that if they faked that? Then, oh man, that would unlock a whole bunch of new rabbit holes.
Somebody announced season 3 of Starfleet Academy. That's the cruelest April Fool's joke.
What a nice
someone brought up on Brown's stream that we can't tell these days. The world's so insane. We can't tell what's an April Fool's joke or not.
Yeah. Well, that's essentially what Poe's law is, that when normal things become so absurd, they are indistinguishable from satire. And we've been there for at least 5 years, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
The poor Babylon Bee.
Well, next come the elves.
Yay.
They're mentioned. They're mentioned as like the first children created, and so I decided to give them a slide.
So the first ones then.
Yes, but this is a little ahead of things. The elves don't come for quite some time.
No.
We don't even have.
This was mentioned, pretty much at this point that I'm doing things in chronological order from mention. That's what I'm trying to say. This is a vision. This is a mention and we might as well just say it now that they were the first of the children of.
Yeah,
Iluvatar.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Christopher Tolkien, when he published this, this is the order that his father preferred. But these are separate books that weren't even actually completed. So the Anulindalë, it's not really part of the Silmarillion, right? So,
and the
I know you're getting
and that doesn't have the coming of the elves either.
Right. So
they don't appear until the Kenta Silmarillion.
Yeah, these weren't really written together, or I guess, but he did have he preferred them all to be released together. But it's not like I don't think they were written as a cohesive album.
The last thing I want to do is present a slideshow at like a Tolkien scholars convention or anything like that. Everyone's arguing over every goddamn thing. It's like I'm listening to the book and they come up here, so I'm putting them in.
But where do they come up? I'm curious because
it's basically, this isn't when they're actually created. They're just mentioned here. This is part of the vision he's showing the Ainur. And he shows the children that populate this when it happens in the future. Like they're getting a preview,
Well, that's kind of why I asked you if we're going to be reading from the text, so I would know where we are at all times.
Just follow Lawrence's lead. He's our intrepid leader.
No. Yeah, thanks. Blame it on me. Here's the thing. Anybody is welcome to quote the text whenever they'd like to, and you're welcome to do it. I have slides because people like some visuals. We don't really need them, actually. But people like visuals. It's something to look at while we're talking, and sometimes something to laugh at. So that's why they're there. But anyway, at least now, because Colin read it last night, but now at least he gets the reminder.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Oh, you
And
didn't?
we're only up to page 18, halfway down, when he mentions the children of Iluvatar are elves and men, the firstborn and the followers.
And whenever I see them and hear about men, I'm thinking of actually the Def Leppard song "Women."
I love this. I love this slide. Like, we have to be reminded who men are. Like, yeah, we get it. We're those guys. Yeah, I understand.
Alone in this world, what bliss.
I think that's a class of Starfleet Academy because they're all wearing skirts.
Yeah. No, they need to be instructed on who men are for sure, but we didn't.
Okay. And then one important mention there is that basically the Ainur, like the elves, really love water and they feel a connection to water. And basically they say that you can hear echoes of the Ainur in the water, like because the Ainur are able, they're formless and are able to kind of like pass through the world almost like unseen and everything, but they can take form when they want to, and they do so, I guess, to their own inclinations. I guess some are more inclined to take on a male form, some a female form. Who knows what would happen now, but
yeah.
In any
this
case,
is also the longest Pink Floyd song on the album, so.
Echoes, yes.
The Ainur, yep.
Hanging, no, wait, it's like overhead the albatross hangs motionless upon the air.
That's it. Yep.
There we go. Echoes of the Ainur. But here's where, the reason, this might be the reason why the sea is always right. Because when you're next to it, you can hear
Lawrence, you are fired.
Kick
Lawrence, you are fired.
Liza, do you have any very sharp objects close at hand?
I do indeed.
Ocean
A projectile
man,
just
take
comes
me
into
by the
screen.
hand. Take me
You're fired, Lawrence.
Take me to the land that I understand.
We'll just have to find ourselves a new giant. That's all.
Has anyone? I guess all of us have seen the actual quintessential collection of that work, which is the Little Platoon videos, right?
Yeah.
Oh
Yes.
Yes.
I also know one of the writers for the Rings of Power.
Oh wow!
Personally, I went to school with his younger siblings.
Can you dox them so we can have our revenge?
No, he's a nice guy.
Like, does he know how shit he is? Like, does he realize that he is an incompetent piece of talentless hack trash?
Probably forced into it.
Okay, so last time, because JD and his family have now moved to a different country. Last time I talked to JD was in 2019, and it was right before, Rings of Power Season 1 hadn't come out yet. And I was really excited, and I asked him about this, and he had, the Amazon answer that was Tolkien has left us many gifts, was his exact quote to me. And he was like, we're going through the Silmarillion, everything that we can use, we're pulling on the lore. And I was like, okay, sounds good, because I wasn't yet as jaded as I am now. It didn't turn out as I hoped, but
it did.
I wouldn't know how.
Is JD the really dorky one, or is he the one that almost looks like a real man?
You tell me.
They're one of them speaks Sindarin, and you can tell by is he the one that speaks Elvish?
JD Payne? I think he's that one. Because it's JD Payne, Patrick McKay. I don't know Patrick McKay.
Yeah. One of them looks like they've actually had sex with a woman, and the other one looks like they speak Elvish.
All right.
Isiphobos, to be fair, probably their writing was turned around and subverted by some committee in Amazon to push an agenda. Maybe it wasn't the writers.
That's fair, but I would like to know which it is, because
they're probably under some kind of contract that they cannot talk shit about.
They may be lead writers, but there's a whole room full of writers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. JD is the one who doesn't look so silly, I'll say. But yeah, I mean, that would be tragic if they actually did write something good, and it got twisted around and perverted. But it
would be a metaphor for what we're talking about now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the executives would be the discordant song. But honestly, with everything that's come out of Hollywood, I find it I find it sort of dubious to give anyone credit or the benefit of the doubt until I actually saw it. Like, if I could see some original manuscripts, maybe it would give me a better idea. But I imagine that's worse if they know if it actually was not bad and they know what it was turned into and then put out there under their names. That's exactly why Alan Smithy exists. It should be Rings of Power, written by Alan Smithy, directed by Alan Smithy.
I'm trying to imagine how anyone can tackle like even if you skip the creation story, even just the first stage. It's hard for me to envision how you could tackle that and do it justice. It's almost like it belongs like this in a way. Mm-hmm. It belongs as a book, and it just doesn't necessarily belong as anything else.
Well, I believe I would tackle it. Go ahead.
Maybe just as different stories, like the Children of Hurin, you could do on its own,
I think many stories of the first stage could be adapted. This part of not even the Silmarillion, the Valakenta, Tolkien says himself in this letter that is used as the preface of the copy I have, he talks about how first the story that he tells of the creation of Arda starts out extremely mythological. And then he says, as the stories become less mythical and more like stories and romances, men become interwoven. For the most part, these are good men, families, and their chiefs. And he goes on. But I think the whole point is that this is almost so arcane that it can't really be comprehended in any way other than this. It would be almost impossible to show.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think we'd have to start with the first stage in the Adain. Yeah. But there are loads of good stories in there to tell.
Oh,
yeah, I would. Wait, can I say how I would tackle it?
Okay.
I would find the idiot at Amazon that got the rights to Lord of the Rings but forgot the fucking Silmarillion, and I would smack them across the head as hard as I could and send them back to the Tolkien estate so we could get the rights to the proper material with which to adapt.
Couple more truckloads of cash. I don't think it should have been adapted at all, but
I agree with you there. But if you're going to do it, man, you need to stick as absolutely close to the source material as you possibly can, because there's nothing anybody could do that would be better than that.
Yes.
Well, that's
real quick,
the
just to
problem.
clarify.
They think they can.
You could add your cinematic sensibilities in order to create an adaptation in a different form of media. Absolutely. But that's really the best you can do.
A lot of people do consider Tolkien's work to be inferior, to be dated, to need updating and fixing. And it's so clear when they come in with their own adaptations, just as loud and brash and self-centered as Melkor's themes, and yet very vain and repetitive. You see that their additions pale. They're nothing to the original texts that Professor Tolkien wrote. It's such a good metaphor.
Yeah, and those are the idiots that we typically make fun of on all of our streams, but it doesn't. Yeah. So is this guy one of those, since you know him? I know I'm putting you on the spot. You can decline to answer. That's fair.
I haven't spoken to him in 5 years. I wouldn't have thought he was.
Okay. Then maybe we are doing him an injustice. Maybe he really went in with the best of intentions.
But Rings of Power is not good at all, and it's not good in the broad storytelling and the beats, and it is not good. Every line of dialogue is really bad.
Yeah, it is an absolute failure in every way you could possibly imagine.
Even if it wasn't based on Tolkien, if Tolkien never existed and people made that as a series, it'd still be like
No, no, it is absolute. It's like giving a third grader the keys to a 3-year-old the keys to your car. And what you were left
Reddit
with
thread
is
ever. There was someone who was responding to every comment in the style of the Rings of Power dialogue, and they were nailing it. It was so bad. I'll have to find it later.
Yeah, that's a beautiful art in all of its own to use stupidity against itself. But
just to clarify something that Ista said for people who may end up replaying this video, he mentioned Alan Smithy. There is only one name a director is allowed to use if the studio has taken the movie from him and changed it to what he never intended.
Yep.
He is only then allowed to change the directed by to one name, and that is Alan Smithy. And apparently it's an anagram for the alias men, but I don't know how that has anything to do with the name.
Yeah, if you want an interesting, go to IMDb and look up all the movies directed by Alan Smithy. You're not going to find a lot of winners because those are the ones the directors wrote their hands off. Yeah, they washed their hands off.
Yeah, when they made the expanded version of David Lynch's Dune, he was pissed. He was like, "I don't want all that footage in there," and he had them change the name.
Yeah, but that was probably the best of the lot. They only go down from there.
Well, we have Ulmo here because now what Eru decides to do is, as he's showing the Ainur this creation that will be, hasn't yet, but will be, Ulmo takes to the oceans. He likes the oceans and water. And
wait, before Manwë?
They mentioned Ulmo before Manwë, yeah.
He's Ocean Man then.
Yes. He'll take you by the hand and take you to the land.
And don't tell they're gonna have Jason Momoa play him in the movie, right?
Well, maybe my slides
knows more of the mind of Iluvatar and more of his plan than any of the other Valar, and Ulmo and Manwë together comprehend his design most completely.
Mm-hmm. And Manwë takes to the wind and the air. And I guess
yes, he is the king of Arda, the Lord of Winds.
Yeah, that's what.
And the Lord of the Valar.
So he's a politician then.
Wind. Really, he has a weakness in that he can't comprehend evil. He keeps forgiving Melkor over and over.
Yeah. It's not the Lord of Breaking Wind; it's the Lord of the Winds. And he is the king of Arda, and Ulmo is the Lord of the Waters.
Well, that's what he becomes at this point. He's just the Ainur that are viewing this vision are basically taking up the things they like about this creation, which basically becomes what they do later.
Shouldn't Manwë be more luminous, Lawrence?
Yeah,
you depict
with AI,
they're like
you're
an
doing
old
the best
gag.
you can. You're
A
doing
grumble.
the best.
Manwë is the most beloved of Iluvatar and is the closest to his heart.
That's some Harry Potter color grading right there, dude.
Yeah.
And then we have Aule.
The impatient one, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
He is the Lord of crafting and substance and the mountains.
He went ahead and made some dwarves before he was supposed to make anything.
But it wasn't because Aule had, vain ambitions like Melkor.
No.
Aule just loves crafting. He loves making things. He takes joy in his creations, but he doesn't hoard them, and he doesn't, take the wrong sort of pride in them. He likes to create and then to move to the next thing to create.
Yeah, he's a tinkerer, which many of us can empathize with.
And when you work on something, when you're making something, building something, you get locked into it and you're just enjoying it. And actually, it's the time that I think you're probably the most meditative and also most linked to,
the creator.
I'll just say, the creator, just the creator, because you are.
I thought Iluvatar was
does.
way too hard on Aule. The poor guy.
That's later.
He would also be the lord of the amigurumi.
Yep.
Are you calling Colin a dwarf?
Yeah, it's true.
No, I thought he was talking about Commodore computers.
Oh.
I still got my Amiga somewhere. The ones you use to make special effects.
Eraserhead, that wasn't Owlet's fault, though.
Yeah, it was not. It was not.
Oh,
Or
yeah, the
Owlet.
dwarves. I mean, they're misunderstood.
Yeah, hey, everyone here has been a teacher or professor, right? Like we know, man, sometimes you just get a bad batch of students and there's not fuck all you can do about it.
Well, one thing also I should point out here is there's an interesting parallel, like Sophia from Gnosticism. She basically decided to create on her own without her consort, and it's almost like Aule's story, and she did it out of just pure innocence and the desire to do so. Not
It's also
any bad
Melkor's
intent.
story. It's
Oh,
like a combo, like the creation of Yaldabaoth is kind of like the combo of Aule and Melkor.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Very interesting.
what's with Aule's right hand looking like it
Don't-
has
don't
eight
ask.
fingernails?
What
It's a
AI
turnip
did you
he's holding.
I got to give
It
you
looks like
guys
finger
something
nipples.
to complain about.
All right. I'm down to my last Dorito, so I need to run away for a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
What's
And
Mel
then
Gibson doing there?
this is where we already talked about it. Crafting. Basically, that's where I was going to point out, some of the things that were said about Aule and crafting. And it's one of those, I don't have the quote offhand, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you know it, Anna, basically Tolkien's view on how evil cannot create; it can only distort or corrupt. And but when you're in divine will, you can create, and your creation will be good.
Mhm.
But
the difference that they make, or that Tolkien makes with the Valar here, is that they aren't trying to control everything. So only Eru Iluvatar, there's a concept called the Aire Fea, which is the secret fire. When Gandalf's like, I'm wielder of the secret fire. The secret fire, or the flame imperishable, is the power by which Eru Iluvatar creates Ea and creates all of life. And it's how he creates a Fea, a soul in every living thing. Liza was talking earlier about kind of free will that every creature has, and how that was the divine essence that can only be imbued by the single creator. And Melkor covets the Aire Fea. He covets the secret fire and the secret of true creation, and he wants to take it to himself, but he can't. And this lack of ability to bring into being ideas of his own was what initially led Melkor down the path of darkness in the first place. But Aule and Manwë and all of the other Valar, they don't have the same ambition to defy the will of Eru.
right. Yeah, Aule didn't want to defy Eru. He was just so excited about making dwarves.
Yeah. And it is said, the second prophecy of Mandos says that in the end of the world, there will be a second song of the Ainur. This is skipping way ahead, but there will be a second Anulindalë, and in this time it won't be just the Valar, but all of the children of Iluvatar, so elves and men, will join in the song. And in this time, elves or dwarves will also help, and dwarves will finally be able to become the children of Iluvatar truly. And the earth that has been broken in the Dago Dagorath, the final battle, will be remade, will be mended, and will finally be perfect. And then it's not known what will become of all of the children of Iluvatar at the end, but we know that dwarves will eventually be kind of adopted into the family.
That's really similar to the Norse mythology after Ragnarok. And I would like to ask, why is the road warrior on the slide here?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Oh my God. Now, what can I say? Womp womp.
I don't mean to disparage your effort, Lawrence, but what is
Well, it's an inventive trombone.
It's just, he does all of this work with the slide, and then there's like a little.
It's a stunt trombone.
I feel like the name for this slide is Santa having a bad day after taking a wrong turn.
It's the Nick Frost Hagrid.
It's a Christmas
yes.
choir.
Oh, don't remind. Hagrid's not supposed to sound like a 12-year-old girl.
Oh, are you watching the new Harry Potter, Istafogels?
I don't think it's on yet. No.
Christmas of this year.
Yeah, I have little interest in the original. I think it's a pale imitation of what we are on now. I respect the creation, and I certainly give her props for taking the world's imagination by storm. But it's just it's not for me.
I don't like rap music, so I'm not going to be watching Snape with Snape anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm actually a founding member of the organization to prevent the abuse of adverbs. So we have very strong feelings and policy about this.
You don't like Deathly Hallows?
Wow, Hermione said cajolingly.
I'm from the show. I'm from the show Don't Tell School, and the way she writes is tell and tell again and never show. So.
But that's how AI is. The models are writing that way. It's over adverbing and stuff. So a lot of the models were trained on her works, I think.
Oh, okay. Anna, how much AI do you think went into the making of Rings of Power? Be honest.
The big, huge AI boom that happens in November 2022 was like kind of when it really exploded into the public consciousness and everyone started using ChatGPT. It wasn't as known. I don't think that an AI could have written dialogue so uniquely and differently not good. It really does feel like it came from the pens of either one person or a few people working in close concert. I don't think an AI it's not the Rings of Power dialogue isn't really like anything else. It's certainly not like Tolkien, and it really is quite badly unique. And that is as a point of pride, I think it should have. I don't think it can be mistaken for AI.
So basically,
like the sea is always right. There's a tempest in me. There's so many great lines. Like pick your favorite.
You're basically saying AI could never produce something that bad, and I'm in agreement with you. It's like they took all of the metaphor and idiom of the world, put it in a blender, and randomly reassembled it all.
I don't know.
But you know why a boat floats.
It's uniquely bad. Yeah, specific fucking gravity.
It's the same as a duck.
Rocks are sinking.
They took all them. The problem is they thought they were taking idiom, but they can't read. They were taking idiots.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, and Anna, if I ever ask you a question that's out about, because of you might know somebody, feel free to just tell me to fuck off. That's fair.
Well, here's one
to
that
quote
would tell
Rings
you
of
that.
Power, I'm good.
Well, here's somebody that would do that. Thanks for joining us. Our chief mod, Scott Hovitt, is here.
Eat my shorts.
It's still a little bit frosty up there, but getting better. All right, so Melkor, why does he come up again? Well, because while they're getting this tour of a vision, he's already dorking around and just trying to ruin some things and stuff. I think there's some reference to snow and all that and things, but all along the way, Eru's like saying, "Hey, look, no matter what Melkor did in his disharmony and discord, look at this. It's still beautiful. It's still cool." And Ulmo and Manwë found that they could make snow.
Yeah. I find his name far too close to Elmo to be comfortable.
I know.
I was about to try to make a Sesame
in
Street
early
joke
drafts,
as well,
his name was Gulmo, which I think would have been worse.
Wow.
Yeah.
Gulmo. Well,
Manwë and Grogu coming to theaters near you.
Awesome.
Oh, God.
Yes.
At least they didn't name him, what is it, Ocean Man.
They didn't go with Teleporno, the classic.
Yeah, God, those guys think they're clever too. It's like as long as they're all trapped in their own bubble, telling each other how great their bullshit is, like we're never getting out of this.
Yeah, but that's when the vision goes away. Now, I should have just put a blank pitch black slide in, because basically what happened is everything went blank, and then this is where Eru goes, Ea! And all of a sudden the universe is created, and within it we have this flat floating world called Arda.
Yeah, but isn't it floating in space? That looks like it's floating above water.
Dude, I'm
just saying.
I was trying. Well, here's the thing. I didn't exactly want just space, because I don't know. Even though this is something I should ask Anna, is like by the end, in the last couple lines, it does mention stars, but I know the stars weren't there yet on Arda.
Yes, they were. I can tell you really, really quick. So Eraser had mentioned in chat earlier, in this first age, the age of the lamps before the age of the two trees, Arda was perfectly symmetrical in its continents. And it was flat like a plate, and it had an underside, the other half of Arda, that no one could ever go to except for the Valar. And that's where Umo kept his house. And it was surrounded by an ocean called Ekaya, like a surrounding sea. And then there were 2 layers of atmosphere over the top of Arda. And the lower one was called Vista, and was the realm, and Manwë controlled both of them, but was the realm of like breathable air and clouds and birds as well. And then the upper one was called Ilmen, I think, and was the firmament where Varda, who is the wife of the queen of the Valar, the wife of Manwë, and the most favorite of all of the elves. She's Elbereth Gilthoniel is the Sindarin name that they give to her. But Varda places countless stars into the firmament. Later on, she places more stars after the two trees have been destroyed and Middle Earth is in darkness, and all of the creations of all of the children of Eru have been put to sleep. And that's why because she's the one who places the stars, and there's no sun and moon at this point. When the elves first wake up in Middle Earth, they see the starlight, and that's why they love the starlight more than anything else. And that's why they love Queen Elbereth Gilthoniel for having made the stars. But yes, there's atmospheres, there's ocean, there's an underside of the world, and then eventually the continents get broken and become asymmetrical after Melkor throws down the 2 lamps and causes fire to burn and mar the earth. Anyway, that was more about the geography than you ever needed.
No, that Varda Elentari is the queen of the stars and the spouse of Manwë, and that's
she
right.
Comes up in chapter 2. That's when we get.
And she was also the one who placed Erendil, the half-elven, into the sky to carry one of the Silmarils, and that's the planet Venus.
Oh. Now, is there an ocean boundary that he specifies? I'm never clear on that.
There's mountains that separate the continent from Ekaya, but it's not really clear. It's just assumed that the bottom half of Arda is just kind of also water as well, because that's where Umul dwells and he's associated with water, but no one really knows. It's mysterious.
Well,
yeah, if you sailed out.
Go ahead.
If you sailed out from the coast along the water that surrounds the continent when it was symmetrical and flat, would you eventually get to a boundary between space and the ocean?
I think there was a wall. Let me check really quick.
Well, I think
yes, the walls of the night. Yes, there was a barrier. You wouldn't be able to sail past it.
I think
sorry, I'm failing on my lore.
He was trying to write a creation story that is in line with like ancient people's creation stories, not so much astronomy, and the way we know. And even by that time, he knew the universe works.
Yeah, Lawrence, it's turtles all the way down.
All turtles.
Yep.
Here to burgle your turts.
Oh, now we're going to have to go back to reading the Discworld novels again. Ah!
You're going to have to go back to reading what?
Discworld novels.
No, Discworld novels.
Oh my God, it's the Emperor.
You got to finish the Lensman first.
Oh, that won't take me long.
Manway Palpatine.
Somehow Manway returned. Oh no.
Oh gosh.
Well, now this is when
is
they're
that correct,
actually
or is that
dubbed
sanguine?
Valar, because the Ainur that decide, okay, we want to be involved with this new creation, because not all of them did, but those who did basically got, shall we say, kind of like quarantined there. And then they become the powers of Arda. And so it's like, okay, you're in it now. And so not as a punishment, but just as like, I guess this is, Eru's vision. And so they're become part of the world, but the powers of the world. And so Manwë is the Lord of the winds and the air, and Ulmo's Lord of the seas and waters. I'm sure he's still in charge of puddles too. And then we have.
You figured if you're going to be a stakeholder in the world, you might as well live in it.
Yeah.
Can I read a small passage?
Nice. I like that. Go ahead.
So this is probably why the left really don't like Tolkien, because he writes things like this. Let's see.
He wrote
Be nice.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, he's talking about how the Valar are able to walk among the Eldar and not be perceived, though they be present. But when the Valar desire to clothe themselves, the Valar take upon them forms, some as of male and some as of female.
Okay.
For that difference of temper they had even from the beginning, and it is but bodied forth in the choice of each, not made by the choice. Even as with us, male and female may be shown by the raiment, but is not made thereby.
Right.
Yes. Tolkien considered sex to be an essential characteristic of the Ainur that they were created with.
Yeah.
Although it's funny, he refers to at the beginning of the text, he's talking about he's talking about them as he the entire way through.
Melkor?
Yeah, I think it's also language.
No.
Yeah.
The narrator is referring to every Ainur as he.
Well, it's the default in language when you're not clearly.
Oh no, I know.
defining a subject.
I know.
No, I think
and
that's
I
just
love
the
it.
grammatical form of like each one to his own in that case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have a linguistics question. I meant to bring it up earlier, but we were covering so much. And I'm only familiar with basically in both like Latin and Hebrew that the term host means army, but also angelic host or divine host also means sort of army of angels. And I'm wondering if that is similar with other ancient languages.
I'm not saying that he used the word host. It's the closest I could come to.
Oh, no. I think he did. I think he did. So I was sort of just curious about that relationship. And things like, Aramaic,
they end
Sanskrit.
up getting in a war with Melkor, basically.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We never really hear about it because the elves don't know anything, but the Valar, all of them did fight against Melkor in the beginning before any of the Eldar, any of the elves were born.
Okay, so I have a question there then. That's twice. Does Tolkien actually use the word Eldar, or are we actually accidentally picking up Warhammer? He does. Well,
He does, and
I thought for a second time I was picking up 40k references. I made a 40k reference there. But
Tolkien, it was Orome, the hunter the Valar who first discovered and named the elves when they awoke. It was actually his horse who discovered them first, Nahar, who is that's why Orome is one of the favored Valar of the Rohirrim. They love him. And that's why Orome is mentioned in the passage in The Return of the King when Theoden is riding ahead of his people. Anyway, it was Orome who gave them the name of Eldar, and Tolkien mentions the similarity with Elder and the Elder Days and says this is just incidental and should not be confused. So he picked Eldar on
Which
purpose.
Is probably why Games Workshop have now changed it to something else so they can actually copyright.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody in the chat has some knowledge of Sumerian, Egyptian, Akkadian, Elevite, and
if you want, I pulled it up really quick. Host meaning to host someone and host meaning a multitude are both from the same Proto-Indo-European root, meaning a stranger, a guest. But the host meaning a multitude, especially a military one that we have in English, comes from Old French host, meaning an army, from medieval Latin hostis, a stranger, foreigner. And so it now has been superseded to mean an army, but originally both host as in a multitude of people and host as in, hosting a stranger or a guest. They came from the same root, I guess. Perhaps people were used to hosting, or like armies were considered strangers.
Yeah, I knew the Latin one and multitudes, but I was curious. It's sort of like when you find out the word that means heavy, as in hard to lift, in so many different languages independently also means like heavy as weighs heavily on the soul and a burden. And it's the same in Chinese. It's the same in Sanskrit. It's the same in English and most Indo-European language. So it's one of those things I was just sort of curious about. When
in Japanese, host is the word for host is a military term. Like Bangun no Shu means the Lord of Hosts, and Bangun literally means like 10,000 armies.
Interesting.
Anyway, you didn't need to know that.
No,
Japanese
well,
doesn't matter in this
earworms
case.
is like learning that's fun. Yeah.
Yeah. So Lawrence, when you mentioned host
enjoying
earlier,
myself.
I just sort of that came up in my brain. So.
Yeah, this is fun, man. I love this. This is why I wanted to do this, and it's worked out great. No, I'm not being sarcastic. I know sometimes my voice sounds that way, but I'm not.
Yeah.
And I mean,
drag me back from a rabbit hole if you need to, though. Just like cut me off.
No. It's
no.
cool.
We always
I
do
love
this.
that.
We always do this. What we lack in speed, we make up for in breadth and silliness.
And if I mean no disrespect to my co-hosts here, but this episode would have been far diminished without you here, Anna. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely, definitely.
No,
you may have noticed.
Anna was my idea. I'm going to take credit for it.
Thank you. Thanks for having the idea to bring me on. It's been so fun. So
And Eliza set it up.
We could quite often sort of, rather than call the show earworms, we could call it rabbit holes.
I was thinking for Wednesday
Especially
nights
on-
maybe bookworms, but that has to be taken.
Yeah.
So let's just stick with earworms. Yeah, we're the ones from Star Trek 2.
Yeah, Anna, did Lance re-upload that video? I showed him how to blur out the address.
I don't think he has still. He's been meaning to. He's a little distracted.
Okay, but the first two are still up, right? So I was going to plug.
They're available.
So yeah, Anna has a couple of streams with Lance, the creative outcast, doing the Lord of the Rings movies, and they are incredibly interesting. And it's also how I discovered that she had a good what?
I think I streamed with him once. Yeah, it was like he popped the link in one time, and I just joined, and it was cool.
Yeah, that's how I discovered I knew Anna had a good microphone. So, but
I don't have a good microphone though.
No, but you sound
sufficient microphone. So anyway, they did all three movies. I think Return of the King may not currently be available, but the first two movies are. And so, Anna, you can post the links in the chat, or you can Google them.
I'll pull them up.
Okay, yeah, they're really fun.
I know more about the production of those films than most people do. even more than the people who are really big fans and who watch the films and are like, oh, did you know at this moment? I know like the really, really, really detailed stuff. So if you ever have any question about how anything for the Lord of the Rings films was adapted, I do probably know the answer.
Oh well, you know that in that scene where Aragorn kicks the helmet, he actually.
Yeah, well, weren't you
actually,
involved?
I do have one, but I guess I could save that for another time, maybe, because I don't know.
Yeah, weren't you involved in the production of them, Anna?
Yes, at age 6, they brought me on as an expert.
Seriously?
Oh, no.
April Fools.
Ah.
It's not April Fools anymore. It doesn't count.
It is here.
Yeah, I forget that. I forget how young you are.
I was thinking of the girl from Stargate, you know.
I'm older than I look,
They're in
to be
Egypt.
fair, but no, I was not. I just, everyone's autism runs in different directions, you know, and mine runs deeply there.
Well, what are we doing here? Okay, yeah, Manwë, comma, Umo, and yeah, these three, and the three amigos of the Valar, they are the ones that really started working together in doing stuff and found they could make great stuff. And while they're trying to do great stuff here on Earth, this guy kept causing trouble, swinging his big bone around.
The Fire Nation attacked. Yeah, earthbenders, airbenders, and waterbenders were so busy living in harmony.
We got to do an Avatar one day.
Oh, yeah, one of these
Anna,
days
you
we
just
have
killed
to.
Morris.
Liza and I have seen it like about 3 times, but we only discovered it
More
a few
than
years
that.
ago.
Yeah.
And we love it.
That's
I thought you
exactly
killed
right
Morris,
about the
Anna.
Avatar, though. You nailed it. The air, fire, and water. That's
To
that's
which my
perfect.
answer becomes, I've only ever seen the first film and that only once.
Oh, the
Oh,
first
no.
2 seasons.
No,
We're talking about the 3
as-
seasons.
No, as in Space Smurfs.
Oh.
Yeah,
What
you
are
think
you-
the Avatar, I think
that's
Space-
Oh
fine.
no, not that one. Colin.
I'm
Avatar,
I'm
The
aware there
Last
was an anime. I've
Airbender.
never
Yeah, the
seen it.
Yeah.
animated series.
where-
Not
but
the
where are the-
film.
Where are the blue cat people?
Yeah,
Oh.
we have the lords of the air, the earth, and the water, and then old Mr. Firebender over there on his own fucking shit up. It's absolutely perfect.
I'll be right
Yeah.
back.
Of course, the interesting problem being in English, at least, the word bender has
Oh, yeah.
certain
Yeah.
connotations.
It is interesting to note that in most East Asian countries, they had a similar but not quite identical breakdown of primitive elements, whereas in the West we had air, earth, fire, and water. In East Asia, they typically had metal or gold as the fifth element. And sometimes the fifth element was Mila Jovovich, but
And
I
they,
think
they didn't have air, instead they have wood. So the idea is that it's fire, water, wood, metal, and what's the last one I'm blanking on?
Earth.
Big. Bada big boom.
Boom.
I don't.
Boom.
I'm not sure the Chinese had wood. I'll have to. I didn't think they did, but the problem with forgetting stuff that most people forgetting more stuff than most people have known is the active verb in there is still forgetting. So
Yeah. Well, I think I can't remember. Technically, you've got earth, air, fire, water, and then you've got a fifth one, which holds it all together, which is where we get the word quintessence from. Because quintessence literally means fifth essence. If I remember right, there's a fifth one that's.
Okay, yeah, I remember this
something?
from the Buddhist classes I took ages ago, because the idea is the 5 elements kind of birth each other. So fire births earth, which births metal, which births water, because the idea is like condensation comes onto metal. I guess that was how it was going.
Yeah.
Which births wood, which in turn feeds fire. And so those 5 go together in Chinese cosmogony. It's not so big a thing in Japan, so it's not my area of expertise.
No,
Of course, we all know what
more
wood
than I know.
bursts.
Well, anyway, he's boning. So we're basically approaching the end. This is where Manwë summons spirits. It says there he summons spirits. I think basically it was all the Valar that were kind of like assigned to Arda by Eru, and Manwë becomes their leader basically, and he's the one that kind of knows most. He was described as the chief instrumentalist who was kind of like dealing with the discord from Melkor in the composing, in the music. And so he's the one that basically ended up being the leader because of that. He's the one that seemed to know most, even though he still doesn't know. He knows most of what Eru's vision is for this creation. And so, but it seems like, man, all of them except for Melkor, it seems like it would be uneven, but it's like, no, Melkor can do enough mischief to keep them all busy for a long time. And
well, chaos it's much easier to create chaos than order.
Yeah.
Just ask any parent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's what the Valar take form, and this is what we already talked about. They did take male and female forms, and they basically had, I don't remember what the word, but it was almost like an inclination or predisposition to be one or the other. And so that's the form that they took. It's almost like the sacred, temper. It's almost like the sacred masculine and the sacred feminine. If you're dominated by the sacred feminine, you would become a woman, I don't know. That's just me adding
or you
my
visit a
bits.
dominatrix.
What? Oh, okay. So, yeah, but I, it's one of those things, even going back to the Hermetic principles, that there are the polarities of masculine and feminine as
yin and yang,
inherent part of reality. And actually, that's one thing that even in this age, it's like to say, there's so many times that people use the word gender when they mean sex. And it's like, yeah, I do realize there are people that are born with hermaphroditic, characteristics and everything. I know that, but we still, we still have different words for things, and gender is actually masculine, feminine in language or in certain characteristics and principles, not
it used to mean the same thing for quite some time.
What, masculine? Oh, gender and
sex. I mean, I remember the used to be. I mean, to be honest, it's that far back, and I don't know how real it actually is. But
I guess people didn't want to use the word sex when they're talking about things on a form, even though it was used that way. But I guess they just thought of it as a dirty word and didn't want to use it.
Well, that's why that I remember it's supposedly they changed it because too many people putting, instead of male or female on the sex, they were putting yes, please. Now, I honestly don't know how true that is, because it's going back a long way, but it might just be, sort of urban.
Or responses like "not for 5 years." Things like
yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, they take form. Everyone's quiet now. I think I did a no-no or something. I don't know. I didn't know.
No, I was just I was checking on the status of Artemis for our viewers. Since
good.
We began. It's supposed to be.
Have they done the apogee adjustment already?
No, it shouldn't be. It's going to stay. Well, let's see. That's 90 minutes out, and then it will stay in high Earth orbit for about 24 hours. So.
We'll get to wave at Erendil as he floats by with his Silmaril. lucky dudes. Yeah. Maybe as they're orbiting Earth, maybe they'll do like the sun and the moon in Tolkien's world, and they get to see the underside, the half of Arda that we never see.
Yeah, wow. So apparently the apogee rays burn begins at about 23.5 hours. So.
And then I guess after they stay in low Earth orbit for a while, they get to go out into deep space.
Why is
my brother was texting me the whole time because he has a PhD in chemistry, but he really, really, really likes astronomy and considered getting a PhD in that instead. And so he was, he and his kids were glued to the TV the whole time. And he was telling me, so supposedly this mission, I hadn't realized this, if everything goes according to mission parameters, this is going to be the furthest away from Earth that humans have ever been. The last record was Apollo 13. And apparently this one, if the course goes as it's meant to, will exceed Apollo 13's record by about 4,000 miles, which is really neat.
So does that mean then they're going, their orbit around the moon is going to be further out around the moon?
It's about 5,000 miles on average, and versus 70, and depending upon where the moon is in its own orbit around the Earth. But so we should be about where they are checking out the liquid oxygen vent relief tests, the topping and replenishment. So they're going to do a lot of tests. You know what happens
when you stir those liquid oxygen tanks? I watched Apollo 13 recently.
So I watched Doctor Who. You get snow.
I was going to mention this during the Artemis thing, but I kept getting talked over. My birthday is April 13. They were saying, Houston, we've had a problem on my very first birthday.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
But of course,
my mother told me that when they were landing on the moon, she was changing my diaper.
But of course, those stats for how far people have gone out don't include all those people who've been kidnapped by UFOs and taken out to be probed and brought back.
No, I mean, why would you include it?
On the official record?
Yeah. The X-Files ones.
And the snow is not only created by the ships that Doctor Who destroyed in the upper
and of course, it also doesn't include John Carter, who of course has been all the way to Mars.
Yeah, but he didn't fly there.
No, he also, I believe, he also went back 1 billion years, if I remember right from the books.
Anna, I got some contrary information. So according to this, about 49 minutes after launch, they will fire the perigee burn. So, and then an hour later, which should be around now, the Orion should reach its perigee, and they will fire again to continue raising the spacecraft into high Earth orbit. And then those guys will have
adjustments, right? And then they detach another part of the module and continue off.
Yeah, they have 23 hours to go through all of their checklist systems. So, including the portable water dispenser and which will the air recycling, the water recycling. They do have a little private toilet on board, but they don't have a lot of space.
So are they doing all that then did you say they're also doing it in Earth orbit and then shooting off? So they're doing tests before they actually commit themselves to go to the moon?
Yeah, that's going to be about 25 hours after launch is when they will leave orbit and start heading to the moon.
And if there's a problem, they have an abort window until then, and they can splash down in the Pacific if they need to.
So
they've planned for many eventualities. It could be a 3 to 4 day trip. It could be they could go to the moon, they could orbit the Earth and come back down. Like it all depends on everything going to plan. But the hope, of course, and what's likely to happen is that they will orbit the moon and come back.
Yeah, that is actually that's one of my issues with the book Project Hail Mary is they didn't even create a contingency that perhaps they could find fuel along the way or their destination. They never even prepared a contingency for a return trip being possible.
Yeah.
I mean, the lives of 3 people was not the priority in that case. It was just get info, put it on probes.
Yeah, I do get that. I do get that they were sort of in a rush job there, but
3 minutes ago, Artemis 2 flight update, apogee raise burn complete.
Sweet.
Alrighty.
Crew looks ahead to proximity operations. By the way, we were talking earlier about the Apollo missions, and Colin had said he didn't realize that they were using pure oxygen inside the capsules. I would strongly recommend the HBO series From the Earth to the Moon. It is a brilliant series, 12 episodes. and it basically shows the entire program.
Wow.
Great acting, great writing.
So. So having literally only just found out most of the details of this the other day, talked to a mate of mine who is heavily into this. I understand that when they actually do it for real, if you like, if the mission parameters for actual moon landing are that they go up, they meet the orbiter, the lander in Earth orbit, attach, and then go off from there. So is that part of why they're doing this? Is that perhaps part of why they're doing these tests in orbit to also practice the fact of having to wait? Is that also perhaps mimicking in a way where they're waiting where they're going up to orbit, docking with something else, refueling and the rest of it before they move off?
This is in a way a test flight because this is a new vehicle. This is the 7th space vehicle that's ever been made. And so this is the first crewed flight of that new vehicle.
Yeah.
And so, yes, they're not going to do a moon landing with an untested vehicle. This is the first thing. So yeah, exactly that really is just kind of running through as many stages of the mission as they can do while still having as many abort points as possible.
I understand. Is it what they don't actually have a moon lander yet? That it's still in development. Is that correct?
I don't know what stage they are. They might have developed it and just not announced it. But I think that that's the assumption. And there's probably little mistakes here and there with all sorts of things. Still, they were having all sorts of hiccups along this mission, and I was feeling stress about it. That's part of why they canceled in February because of that huge snowstorm that struck the East Coast in the beginning of February. But they also, in canceling, Ista knows a lot more about this. He has a lot more engineering background than I do, but they found some problems with some components on the ship.
That huge snowstorm was an ice storm here in Tennessee. It felled so many trees. They're still cleaning up the branches.
Wow.
Oh gosh, Tennessee looked awful. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry.
I did get an answer besides obviously the safety part we talked about before. I guess using a mixed gas environment makes it easier for them to transfer from the spacecraft into suits, and because for long term they will be docking with other vehicles. Even though in the movies you just see them put on a suit and go out to space, it actually requires like a 6-hour pre-breathing period when you get into a spacesuit to purge the nitrogen in your body. To avoid decompression sickness when you go for a spacewalk. So they're doing this.
Yeah.
Yep. And anybody who's been scuba diving, that sucks. So yeah, I guess, there's a lot of different tests they're using this for the long-term planning. And part of it is going to be sort of to create an infrastructure on the moon and an infrastructure in orbit. And they're going to need a more natural atmospheric mix. So, again, the downside is that is a lot more complicated. It requires 2 separate complementary environmental systems instead of just a single one, oxygen. And so, like I said, there's just a lot more stuff that can go wrong here than there were in the Apollo missions, where their primary design philosophy was to make everything absolutely as simple as possible. But their goals were more specific and more simple as well. So I would hope that they keep everything as simple as possible while still being able to achieve all of their objectives.
ISS still works.
Yeah.
When Artemis, because Artemis is the bit that comes back to Earth, isn't it? The land.
The Orion lander is the one that will come back.
Right. So I was going to say, how do they get it back? Because bearing in mind, again, I was talking about this, I think my brain is going back to the capsule coming down on 3 parachutes. Right? My brain is going back to politics. But I know that they've been successful in getting rockets to go up and land again. So did they actually come down in the sea, or did they actually come down on a rocket that lands?
No, it's yeah,
that would be a
no,
lot of fuel to take for a landing rocket.
Yeah, the reason that the rockets land is for reusability.
Yeah,
the capsule is still going to land in the ocean. And,
oh right, so okay.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean now. The lander in the Apollo was actually stored in the back, and before they had to detach, turn around, connect it to the front of the capsule, move into the lander, and then land on the moon. So there was a maneuver that they had to do a 180 to reconnect because there was no way to get to the lander from the back of the heat shield. So
because
you'll see in 10 days it'll be 3 parachutes coming down in red and white. They've done several tests of the Orion system already unmanned.
Because that was me knocking on wood.
Yeah, hopefully it goes well.
And Artemis can mean the project, the whole program, and then specific rockets, and then different parts of the rocket also have their own names. So it can get a little confusing sometimes.
It's just like it was with Apollo. Artemis is Apollo's sister. So you've got the Artemis program, and then they launch Artemis 1, Artemis 2, Artemis 3. This is Artemis 2.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Because I was thinking when I was looking this up, as I said, you, as an engineer, you'll probably understand this even better than I do, Esther. But when I just saw the pictures of the hold on a second, that tiny little thing there is going to be pushing that big thing there, and the whole point of connection, all the force is going to be going through that one little connecting point. So I'm not an engineer, but I have a general idea of things like
are you showing? I'm not.
Do you mean like when the Orion capsule mates, like when it docks with another?
Yeah, as I understand. Again,
there's no pushing. All of the components already have their established velocity. I'm not sure. You said little thing, tiny thing, but you're not pointing. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
But my understanding, I obviously need to get, because again, I'm going all this, and this is on 2 or 3 pictures that my mate was showing me, that the Artemis, the picture I had of the Artemis was a little thing, a small object with solar panels. And the lander, big one, I would have thought it was a rocket.
Well, they don't have a lander on this one.
I appreciate that. I'm thinking.
Do you have anything you can share your screen with so I can see what you're talking about?
I don't actually. Hold on, let's see if I can.
Well, how about this? Let's go on with the wars between the Valar and Melkor, and then at the very end, because we're nearly there. At the very end, if people want to keep going a little bit and talk Artemis, we can. But I don't know.
He keeps changing his trombone, man.
Well, it's sideways now.
Melkor, what do you expect?
Don't ask how his right or his left hand is worked through there.
I was going to say that's not
think about that.
This is our last slide, actually. So I guess it's going to be on screen. Oh, Colin's still going. Colin, what do you have for us? I mean, we're going to be wrapping things up now, but I guess there is nothing more. It's just wars between the Valar and Melkor until next time when we do chapter 2, maybe. Yep. Okay. It depends. Do people want to do chapter 2 like this?
I'll have to try and actually read it. No, this is interesting. I didn't.
It's quite short. The next chapter.
Should we do 2 and 3, or is 3 too long? Because since I'm doing audiobook, it's hard for me to think in chapters. I'm thinking more in
well, remember this is a separate book. It's not chapter 1 of the Silmarillion. It's a separate book that comes before the Silmarillion. You have 2 books before and 2 books after, right?
I know, but in audiobook format, it's all called the Silmarillion, and it's arranged in chapters on my list.
The next chapter is the same number of pages as the one we just finished.
Yeah, but when you said chapter 1, that's why I got confused, because that's not what it's...
I know. It's just, if I were to look at the paperback copy, I'd be like, I can't read any of this.
May I?
Go ahead.
Thus began the first battle of the Valar with Melkor for the domination of Arda, and of those tumults the elves know but little.
Amen.
Yeah, so the next book will be the Quinta, right? And then we'll be on the Silmarillion proper. Yeah.
Yes, the beginning of days.
Well, I know one person, and probably two, that definitely want to do it. So I'm not sure who you were asking, Lawrence.
I'm just arranging. Are we meeting here next Wednesday?
Man, can we pick a different day where I don't have 4 streams in a row? This is killing me.
Oh, well, what do other people think? How about Anna? Anna and of course Liza. Let's check with because I can't do it without Liza, and I don't think we should do it without Anna.
I wouldn't be able to join next Wednesday, so I'm moving back to Japan in about 5-6 days for work.
Oh, wow.
And so I'm in the middle of, you can't see, but this isn't my bedroom, but I have loads of stuff that needs to be all packed up back there. I can't say yes for next week at least.
Okay.
Yeah, Anna, are you going to bring a broom? You should bring a broom.
Well, you know what? Maybe we can do
you
a
can
next
find
week
real
thing.
brooms nowadays.
Maybe we
sometimes.
can do a next week and join up with you the week after that, or if that. I mean, or we could do a different thing next week. I don't know. But all right. So we have one vote for a day other than Wednesday.
Are you still doing the music on Fridays or?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can do Fridays and move the music to Wednesdays because one thing Mike was saying about Fridays is that's when a lot of the artists we might want to have on have gigs, and that's harder to do.
Oh, yeah.
He's kind of open. He might be open to doing Wednesday nights music or something. So we that is movable.
I was going to tell Anna when I was there, I had to meet with some shady dude in an alley in the Akihabara to buy like a real broom. It wasn't so easy.
Some things don't change. Japan has been living, everyone says Japan's been living in the year 2000 for about 40 years now, and it's true.
Lucky them.
Yeah, but some of it's, they're still living in the year 1800.
Yeah.
But some of that's cool, man. I miss the
90s. Yeah. It's just, I didn't like the little twiggy brooms that left tiny sticks everywhere.
I would.
Yeah, they still use them.
I would strongly object to any attempt at covering more of the Silmarillion without Anna.
Okay, so it looks like we're on hold with the Silmarillion for Anna, but we could talk other fantasy during another stream. I'd like to do, some streams if we need to choose another night. We could do a different fantasy. We could do Fantasy Island, for example.
The plane. That's why it's funny you said it.
She is.
Anna was talking about, you're talking a lot about Tolkien writing music, and I was reminded another one of my favourite authors who I actually had the pleasure of actually writing to many years ago, again, an actual letter back from Anne McCaffrey. She did put quite a lot of music into her Pern novels.
Okay, can we arrange what we're going to do, and then we could have closing thoughts? Yeah. How about we arrange what we're going to do? So Istophobos wants to do another night. Is there anybody else that has another night of the week for? I mean, the thing is, the post-Brown slot is kind of cool. We could just do something else that Istophobos isn't into. Sleep.
Yeah, I'm actually, my schedule in the next week, there's a lot going on here. I'm not really sure. But when we do continue this, I would be keen on continuing to participate as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, how about we'll just wait for Anna to say when she's able to do it again.
Sorry.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Thursday is the day after I arrive in the country, and so there's some stuff that has to be worked out first.
Anna, as great as you have been in this one episode already, you have nothing to apologize for.
Oh, don't worry. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's up to you. Just send me an email, and I'll let everyone know. Plus, you're in the X group. If X is banned in Japan, I don't know. It's
Yeah, and then there's
I think they'd have a meltdown in Japan if X were banned. They use it all the time for a lot of unhinged stuff.
Okay.
Well, let's talk time zones. Generally, what's going to be a good time frame for you, since you're going to be 13 hours
in a way,
offset
like
from here.
the mid-afternoon times that people do in the US, which is usually late evening in the UK or early morning, that's good for me as well, because on the other side of things, it's like 6 or 7 in the morning Japan time, and that way it's not interfering with work. I don't have to be at the laboratory, but I can just wake up early and join in. And so a lot of people who stream, often they're trying to balance the US UK thing, and so it will often be early to mid-afternoon US, evening to late night UK, to try and get the best balance. And that's early morning Japan, and I'm kind of like, oh, that's convenient.
Well, just to help me out, can you throw out an Eastern time zone time?
Okay, what time is it Eastern time zone right now? It's nearly 9:30, right?
Yeah, my guess it would be about between like 4 and 6, right? Because this starts to get a little bit later now at this point.
Mm-hmm. Right now in Japan, it's 10:30. Well, it's nearly 10:30 in the morning. So morning time.
So you're like 13 hours ahead, like is the folks.
Yeah. So 4 p.m. Eastern, you might be a little bit of an early start, but Brown's been 5 forever, and you show up there fairly regularly.
Plus you prefer a different day of the week. I mean, we might do Thursdays at like 4 p.m. Eastern, which for her would be 5 a.m. We can make it 6 a.m.
No. 5 a.m. is better, because then I can stay for longer before I have to. Well, I mean, you choose, and I'll join for as long as I can.
4 p.m. Eastern means 3 p.m. for Dutch, and it means 9 p.m. for which is early for Colin. So.
Yeah, but I have every other Thursday. I have I've got I have a game every other Thursday, and I'm on the heights at the moment, but about a month's time I think I was going again on Fridays as well.
Yeah, this might be a good thing to work out on Twitter. I don't know if our audience is
I think on-air scheduling is always fun for viewers, especially seeing a still image of a bent trombone in a fire. People do this all the time.
My brain can't work out the horn part of it is coming. It's like from behind his head. It's like it went through his skull and looped around. It came outside his hood.
It's going into his nose and coming out his mouth and looping around. It's pathologically impossible. Yeah.
Horror is truly beyond my comprehension.
No, he's just had a transporter accident.
Well, I think what I'm going to do is let folks go, and you and I can via email keep in touch, and basically I'll leave it up to you since you have a lot to do. And it's going to be a big transition. I'll just let you email me when you feel settled in and comfortable. In the meantime, I may try some streams out Wednesday night, see if there's something I can do, and who wants to join me. We'll just leave it up in the air.
Last point on my copy of the Silmarillion. I needed to look at the indicia without my glasses on. It's a second printing.
Oh no.
And what does this mean? What does this mean? The dust jacket is clipped. Why?
Oh, that's a remainder. That book was thrown away and not sold, which means you bought it illegally.
I bought it from a used bookstore.
Yeah, well, like when you get I don't know, is anybody old enough here to buy albums with a little notch in the corner?
Oh, yeah, the notches.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's to signify that you destroyed it. Like, they don't take returns, but you get credit for inventory that you didn't sell.
This is where the price would have been.
I was about to say, look to me, that was where they take it.
So they're not supposed to do that, but they do.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the fact that you have an illicit copy increases or decreases the value of the book at this point. Honestly.
But it really, I think it would just be waste otherwise. What you're supposed to say, okay, throw away those CDs. instead of actually using them.
Yeah.
That's,
if it makes you feel better, I grabbed it in case I needed it. Here's my copy of The Hobbit with no. Oh, the back cover just came off. Oh no. I have many copies of the books, and then here's a copy of The Lord of the Rings that I have with both the front and the back cover missing. I have
a book
other
that looks like
copies in English that aren't as battered, but I think a lot of people have this one.
Yeah. Yep. I also have another book. It's
and then I have the French ones because I'm reading in French right now. I'm 3/4 of the way through Fellowship, and these ones are from early 2000. They have John Howe's art on them from before he was working on the films.
Oh yeah,
so it's got that famous one of John Howe of Gandalf.
Très bien.
Oh wow.
Mon Dieu.
And that's about the extent of my French.
Yeah, I have a very special book. It's like the binder is completely dissolved. It's seen daily use for 26 years. It's my sobriety book basesally, and at this point, it's a collection of pages held together by rubber bands. But I'm gonna keep that one. So
26 years strong.
What that might be thinking about is if you bought it in a second-hand bookshop. I'm just wondering, it could just be that they cut the price off so that the only price you have to worry.
Colin,
you disappeared. The only
it happens a lot.
Yeah. So it's been doing that for the last hour. Yeah, I was saying, Dutch, it occurred to me, maybe if you bought down a second-hand bookshop, maybe the second-hand bookshop just cut that bit.
No, they would never actually visit. They would just put another price on top of it. They wouldn't damage the jacket like that.
Plus, the used bookstore was actually in a public library.
That was the other thing I thought, and I've because again, it's maybe different over here, but I've seen it in libraries, the same sort of thing where because they can get rid of the price, and the price is something's put up there so that it can be cut out without actually doing any major damage to the book cover. So, but obviously different ways of doing things in different sides of the pond.
Yeah, any physical damage though is really detrimental to the collectability of those things.
Oh yeah.
Well,
absolutely.
On that bombshell,
okay,
we're going to get back to you, but we are coming back with more of the Silmarillion at some point, and hopefully soon.
Any final thoughts?
Oh man, I just say the reason why I want to do this is because I love it. It really is creating a new mythology, and it's well done, and it has the traces of something that evolved organically, like between John himself and Christopher. It comes together as a work where it really does feel like like many books written by many people, just kind of like the Bible is, and it kind of like feels like a mythology that came together from ancient peoples that are trying to answer their humanitarian questions about where they came from and what it's all about. And so it just feels so authentic.
Yeah.
I guess that's basically it.
My thought is how disappointed Jonathan would be in his grandson Simon, and what a twat he turned out to be. But imagine being Christopher Tolkien, like your dad made this. This is the coolest feeling ever. It's like,
and for you, well, at the Hobbit, and then the rest of the kids and everything.
Didn't you have another? You said you had 2 interview clips. You only played 1, right?
Yeah, I only did play 1. I mean, do people have energy to do a second? I felt like they might not have energy. We could save it for next time.
I love listening to the professor's voice anytime.
I figured we could just go out on the clip instead of the bandsaw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and all right, here we go then.
The Silmarillion was my...
It's Christopher, not John. Do you mind that? I mean, we can play a little bit of it. It is about the Silmarillion.
Yeah, no, play it.
All right, here we go.
I can't.
The Silmarillion was the primary central work of my father's secondary world. One of the chief things that people know about it, I think, is that it was unfinished. But I think this is, in a way, misleading. The real point is that there were several Silmarillions. When he was a very young man, during the First World War, and in the years immediately following, he wrote a work called The Book of Lost Tales, which the little notebooks that he used still exist, little penny notebooks, and some parts of it, he recorded, were written in the trenches under shell fire. And this was the first Silmarillion, although he didn't then call it that. It's quite unlike his later manner of writing, when he adopted a much more remote, exalted even, manner for his mythology. It's more immediate. It's even funny. It's very written in an extraordinarily flowery, consciously archaic manner, which I think is very attractive. But there already, often in very early undeveloped forms, are the great stories, the great legends, which were an inspiration to him throughout his life. Above all, the Lay of Beren and Luthien, and the tragedy of Turin Turambar. Another Silmarillion was already in existence by about 1930. And that is very different. It's as I say, it's in a more remote style, and it's more chronicle-like. But the important thing is that that was finished. The Book of Lost Tales, you could say, was finished. The 1930 Silmarillion was finished. It's complete. A completely enclosed myth, not presupposing any later ages. And at that stage, The Hobbit had no connection with it. In fact, he said in a letter that he wrote in 1964, he said, by the time The Hobbit appeared in 1937, the Silmarillion was in coherent form. The Hobbit was not intended to have anything to do with it. I had the habit, while my children were still young, of inventing and telling orally, sometimes of writing down, children's stories, in inverted commas, for their private amusement. The Hobbit was intended to be one of them. It had no necessary connection with the mythology, by which he means the Silmarillion, but naturally became attracted towards this dominant construction in my mind, causing the tale to become larger and more heroic as it proceeded. Even so, it could really stand quite apart. And so you see the famous names of Middle-earth, such as the Misty Mountains, Mirkwood, the great river of Wilderland, they began with The Hobbit and had no necessary association at all with the mythology as it existed at that time. The Lord of the Rings began as the sequel to The Hobbit. But
I'm going to stop it there, because if I play too much, it might be an issue for a channel that I'm playing it from. So the link is in the description for people who'd like to see that presentation from Christopher Tolkien. So earlier in the first clip, when John said that he created a world before The Hobbit, he neglected to point out that it wasn't supposed to be the same world. But, oh no, what happened? Everyone's speechless.
Oh, didn't realize you know.
What happened?
Dutch died.
Oh. Did he say anything? Or he just...
He's still backstage.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bring him on.
Well, I don't know what's going on. I just scream here.
Gosh.
Yes.
I just run the show.
I'm sitting here saying, let me back in. Knock, knock.
Yeah,
I type it in
I had to
chat,
run
you
to the
post
bathroom
it.
since I haven't used it for 8 9 freaking
You do
hours.
not have the EFAP endurance that you need to develop. Oh my goodness.
Oh, not even. Not even. I can't even.
Yeah.
I can't. They have the little short versions of EFAP. I can't even handle one of those.
All right.
One of my problems with EFAP is that they'll rarely read the super chats. So I'm like, I am not spending money just to be ignored.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the things I find with, and I probably understand it, but with the larger channels,
Drinker does an amazing job of getting through all the super chats that he can, and which ones they can't get through. They follow up just 3 days later on the after hours.
Well, I'm nowhere near that problem. You know, we do.
Yeah,
get
Lawrence.
some,
Any thoughts on the clip?
But my thought, I
Well,
said
it's
them,
still
and
fresh
then
in our
I
minds.
left it for everyone else to say something. I basically just said, what people could infer from it. It's
and
just
you
like,
guys
the
think
world
I
was
have an English
created.
accent.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and watch the full thing immediately after the stream ends. That's how I wasn't ready for it to stop. So
Well, I'm sorry. It's just I don't want to get into too much trouble because it will pop up on that channel's thing that I played. How much of their video, and if it's too much, it's like.
Yeah, no, listen, I could go all day listening to the guy, both of them, him and his dad. So, I find all of this incredibly interesting, and it's very cool that we have so much of his legacy left. His letters, his notes, his son, who served as an excellent caretaker for his legacy. Like I said, it's a shame the grandson doesn't feel the same way, but
I'll just say Professor Tolkien is he's the quintessential scholar, the philologist, who he just seemed like the sort who would be drifting into lectures, trailing papers behind him and just get up and talk. And if you've read any of his lectures, which quite a few of them are published, he has a really amazing one on Beowulf called Beowulf, the Monsters and the Critics, which is beautiful. And everyone should read that lecture. You get the sense that he was like the quintessential, English academic, and that you just wanted to be in his classes if you possibly could. And he knew so many languages, and just there was so much in his brain, and he's like the scholar I would want to be. I could never approximate the smallest fraction of what he did and what he was and how much he knew, but he inspires me to do better as a I can't call myself a philologist, but as an enjoyer of language and as a scholar in my own field.
Why can't you call yourself a philologist?
Because I haven't trained. I'm an archaeologist, not a philologist.
It's a
It doesn't
shame.
matter if you trained in it,
wait.
Anna. It doesn't matter if your heart is there and you're exploring it on your own. You're building up your own cred.
Could you call yourself an amateur philologist?
Maybe. I do like Old English quite a lot. Actually, years and years ago, I have gone to a different grad school, but years ago it was like my one achievement in life. I did actually get it to Oxford, and I wanted to go desperately because that is the university of the professor. And I'm glad I made the choice that I did specifically for the field that I'm in, for Japanese.
Yeah, I think it was yeah, I don't think it's the University of the Professor anymore. It was the university. Can you imagine listening to an 8-hour lectures on which pronouns to use? That Oxford doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, sadly.
Wasn't he also an outcast in the faculty at that time within the department?
He was an odd guy, to be sure. I think a lot of the faculty, he wasn't necessarily an outcast, but they thought his hobby of, making elven languages and always talking about these elves and being so absorbed in mythology so as to write his own mythological myths, I think he was looked at as kooky.
Yeah, that's a great word for it. And we don't really have we don't make people like that anymore. We don't really, I was talking about this a little bit with Anna earlier. We don't really produce the great scholars anymore in any field, and not just linguistics, not just history. It's the quality of our talent seems to have decreased quite a bit over the last 20 years. I can name a dozen people when I was in school that, you know, were well renowned in their field and recognized
You have
instantly.
to take classes from Richard Leakey. That's insane. I cannot believe it. Richard Leakey is the guy who did in his 20s a lot of excavation in in several different parts of Africa to discover Australopithecus and Paranthropus fossils.
And
I got to take classes from him. This guy made paleoanthropology the field.
Yeah. And we don't make them like that anymore. We don't make any more Tolkiens either.
Well, it's not what academia wants with this postmodernist bent we're in right now.
Yeah.
I took one archaeology class back in college at the University of Maryland, Introduction to Archaeology. The professor made us buy all of his textbooks.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's pretty standard, though.
We covered none of them. And he started off by talking about, digging into the gamma layer, the delta layer, and this layer, that layer. And he was just launching into the highest level of archaeology you could possibly imagine. And the whole class is going,
well, he wanted to keep himself interested. Wasn't worried about teaching.
What a waste of money.
Yeah.
But I suggested amateur philologists because I don't have a lot of training in entomology, but I know a lot about arthropods. So I refer to myself as an amateur entomologist.
Mm-hmm. I was in the Young Entomologist Society when I was growing up. I was really into bees and praying mantises and stuff.
Oh, I would much rather be an etymologist than an entomologist. I'm much more interested in languages than bugs.
Yeah.
But for somebody who likes to camp so much, I'm really not a fan of the bugs, I have to say.
Oh, yeah. Well, now in Florida, I'm less interested.
Well, do not
Pennsylvania, I was a little more instrument.
Do not, Dutch gradient, you'll be proud of me. Today, I took a picture of a metallic green scarab.
Do you have it?
Wow.
Yes, I have it on my phone. Yes,
well,
we had lunch today.
It, like, to share.
No, I didn't pick it up, but I have the photograph. I will email it to you.
Okay,
Lawrence, so that you can share it.
Yes. So anyway, any closing thoughts, folks? Because I don't want everyone to get tired and.
Just more of that, man. Let's do this again. This has been really good fun.
I'm really looking forward to it. No pressure, Anna.
If I can, I want to make one more comparison because Lawrence, you started out talking about how much you like mythologies from all over the world and how you see pieces of it that have been incorporated into this. And we talked a lot about how the sense of decline and splintering of the light, the distance from divinity is really, really strong in Tolkien's mythology. And it's reminded me a lot this whole time of Japanese mythology, which has a concept of amakudari, which means coming down from heaven, but is the idea that the powers that shaped the world get ever and ever further removed from humanity. And so in the Japanese mythos, it's Izanami and Izanagi create the world and the islands of Japan. They dip a jeweled spear into the primeval ocean and they drip it, and those drips become the islands and they become the parents of all of the gods. And their granddaughter Amaterasu becomes the sun goddess and kind of the ruler of all of the gods, and her grandson Jimmu becomes the first emperor, and the emperor, like the imperial lineage of Japan, is said to have traced its descendancy back to the sun goddess. However, the idea, this myth, as you get further into it, it follows a lot the structure of the Silmarillion, where it starts out extremely abstract, extremely difficult to comprehend exactly what's going on, and then it becomes a bit more quotidian history, and you start to realize this is less about gods and supernatural beings and more about these are now referring to humans, although in the Japanese myths it's sometimes unclear who's a god and who's a human, or even what a human exactly is. And the world that's created by those powers in the beginning, they kind of pull back and don't have much to do with the later formation of how things go in Japanese mythos. Instead, the world is given over to lesser kami and spirits that rule everything and that require people's appeasement or their adoration or the worship. And you see something really similar with this. We start, even though this is the Silmarillion, we start with this creation story. We start with the Ainulindalë and the Valakente, and then we pull back from those powers, and it just is elves and men, and only vaguely references to the powers. It doesn't mean that the Valar were not active in the second or third ages, but they step back from that story. And I don't know quite what it means, but that Tolkien, this is a constructed mythology, that Tolkien saw this mythos of like the world gets increasingly less magical or increasingly less potent. We're going to be seeing that trend as we go further. And that's why those fragments of light or those fragments of power and magic that we're seeing at the beginning, when we see them preserved, like in Galadriel's File, the light of Eärendil is the light of one of the Silmarils, which is the reflected light of one of the trees, which is that original light of Eru Iluvatar. We'll see how much more important those tiny fragments that survive continue. And I think Tolkien, as a philologist, he studied languages, and languages, historic languages, come down to us incomplete. And sometimes we'll have so few fragments that, a text like Beowulf will be immensely valuable, and that'll be all we have. I think he had that sense of how valuable the fragments were and how little gets passed down to us. And he wanted to shine a light on how beautiful and precious those fragments are, even when they're incomplete. Sorry, I'll yap forever. You got to stop me.
No.
Wait,
it's very interesting.
So the ancient Japanese got themselves a copy of the Silmarillion?
It's so similar in such an odd way. I think I'm probably the first person to say that Amakudari as a concept is similar to Decline in a Tolkienian sense, but it's so obvious to me.
Similar to the Silmarillion?
The general structure of mythology would often all start out with a very vague, arcane, and magical, and the more specific it had as it got closer to the peoples that they were describing and became involved with the stories. So I think that's sort of a natural progression that you would find in almost any mythologies.
Well,
they all start off before the beginning of
for instance. The gods don't step back from life. The gods kind of control human affairs in a lot of ways. There are primordial gods that were the forebears of the Greek gods that have kind of pulled back. And the Titans are less important.
Yeah,
you're right.
It starts off with Uranus and Gaia, which are very vague primordial concepts because they haven't created humanity yet. So,
well, here's the thing: like with all these, just about any myth, it's when the writing begins, when there's the point at which a human being can preserve these stories. The stories had already existed. Now, it may be different time periods. I don't know. You probably know, Anna, when writing began in Japan and so forth. But I'm sure the stories...
It was during my archaeological time period. It came quite late.
Yeah, but the stories had already existed. So when the writing comes and they start writing these stories, they're dealing with stories that are already have been passed down for generations, and they're less defined as it is, and a lot of interpretation has to go on to understand what their meaning is, and a lot of it may be struggles and like, what is the best word to describe this? We don't use this word anymore. I don't even know what it meant then, really. It's like trying to put all this stuff together. So a lot of these things are going to be abstract, but the cool thing about it is it leaves it open to the imagination in a way, in saying, oh, this could mean this could mean this, and and that's why I guess, and as a result, even when we look back on it, even in religions that we gravitate to, we look back on it and say, well, I got to do some interpreting here because this is not
Can I share one quote,
yeah.
just a couple sentences from Beowulf, The Monsters and the Critics, which is that essay that Tolkien wrote in 36. I love Beowulf. I love Old English. It's the most beautiful language in the world. To me, there's nothing that gives me a thrill like Old English. And Tolkien was the same. And he ends this essay, which is a really excellent essay, with this quote that I'm going to read right now, where he's talking about Beowulf. He says, "For it is now to us ancient, and yet its maker was telling of things already old and weighted with regret, and he expended his art in making keen that touch upon the heart which sorrows have that are both poignant and remote. If the funeral of Beowulf moved once like an echo of an ancient dirge, far off and hopeless, it is to us as a memory brought over the hills, an echo of an echo." These mythologies that we're getting, the real ones, not the ones written in Tolkien's conceit of the mythology that he's creating, they are so ancient that we've lost all of the context for them, and they still have the power to move us. And that was what Tolkien wanted to imbue his work with, was that idea of so much has already been lost, we almost don't know the meaning, and yet we are so moved by the beauty of these passages. And I think he nailed it.
Well, yeah, Beowulf, it takes a while to read these things, so it takes commitment.
The funeral of Beowulf is one of the most, just reading it in translation, it's one of the most beautiful passages you've ever read. And actually, a lot of passages from Beowulf were transposed into the Lord of the Rings, like the confrontation at Theoden's Hall is from Beowulf, and then of course the funeral of Theodred is from Beowulf, and they pulled on that a lot in the films as well. Like Éowyn singing is exactly a scene from Beowulf. Anyway, it's so beautiful. Everyone should read Beowulf. I've said everyone should read everything I said.
It takes a while because you got to do it bit by bit, because you got to digest what you've just read.
Yeah,
it's been a while since I read Beowulf. I remember loving it.
I've got a copy somewhere. I don't think I've ever actually read it.
Was that one of those nights you're up late and you're just there on, and you're just exploring every book you can find?
Yeah.
Okay.
Emperor Goodwin's totally right, though. He's paraphrasing that famous the Hartley quote, "The past is a foreign country. They do things differently there." And that was like one of the first things that was told to me in my first archaeology class ages ago. It's such a good concept, and yet they are still people, and we can still understand them. People have had the same concerns, the same worries all throughout the past, and that's why the stories, when they come down to us, even fragmentary, they resonate with us so much.
Yeah, Emperor Goodwin, you missed the slides. We basically did the chapter already. Now we're just hanging out.
Yeah,
Laura,
and that's something
you need to make Liza's image full screen.
That's something that's so disturbing about this postmodern era, is that they are trying to detach people from the stories that have defined us over centuries and make them mean something different and no longer have meaning to us. And that's kind of why I hate this particular timeline.
Is this a dung roller, Liza?
I think that's what scarab beetles are dung beetles.
Not all of them.
Hey, those are
Not
sacred in Egypt anciently,
Yes,
so watch your tongue.
Oh, no. We're okay. Our one cat is actually a pharaoh.
Yes, we have two cats named after.
We had, unfortunately.
We had. Yes.
Djoser, and we had. Well, no, he was an
No,
architect.
he wasn't
we
a pharaoh.
We had Imhotep at one point.
Yes. The architect.
That one is a dung. That one is a dung beetle. Not all scarab beetles are.
We have large, shiny black ones. When we first moved in here, these were more prevalent, but now we just get the large black ones. I wonder what happened to the. So when I saw this, I was like, "Oh, I gotta have a picture of it," because I didn't manage to take a picture the first time I saw them on the property.
Who's remodeling?
Yeah,
yeah. I mean,
I'd say
that's a lot of noise.
Oh, can you guys hear me? I would say it's Swappers, but he's not here, so that's typical Swappers stuff.
That might have been Colin.
I thought it was me. I'm not making any noise, and my line keeps dropping.
I'm just sitting
back.
You can't see me. I'm just sitting here. We're going to just watch the audio response.
You can put that
Anna,
out,
what did you do?
She's sitting there on camera. It's not her.
No, she just got back to camera. What did you do?
Oh.
I didn't do anything.
Oh no.
That is a guilty
Sorry,
face
I
if I've ever.
sworn I hit mute. I'm so sorry.
That is
I
a
got
guilty
it.
face. Are
I was
you already
wondering if I could get
moving?
away with
Nailed it.
Oh, but
Oh,
since
my
you
God.
like arthropods, I'll show you really quick. Near my house, well, several hours from my house, I camp a lot, and there's a place in the desert where you can get a really good trilobite species. So here is,
Wow.
let's see. There
Those
we go.
are old.
Here's a really nice one I got. You can't see too well in the light, but
I'm
you can
trying.
collect loads and loads of these. But this is quite a large and complete one I got, and it has a
Oh
really
my
beautiful
God.
impression on the other side as well. But this
Oh,
is
wow.
Elrathia kingi. It's a species that's like Middle Cambrian, 507 million years ago, and just you get like agnostids, and you get a lot of different. But Elrathias are the really beautiful jewelry grade ones that come out of this particular shale. So
Were you actually
since I had it
digging
just
that
over
up
there,
off
I thought I'd
camera?
grab it.
Yeah, she was just digging it up.
Sounds like you were digging it up
cracking
off
it.
camera. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that.
Wow.
I have a whole bag of trilobite fossils, so I had to dig out the correct one.
So is half right.
All right.
Cool.
Yeah, sorry for my bad stream
I'm
etiquette.
trying to put you back to regular size, but these buttons in StreamYard just don't want to.
Well, Anna is the star of this show.
There we go.
Did I do it?
No.
You did it at first, and then you went back to her.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Ooh.
There you
Oh
go.
my
Yeah, you're the
goodness.
star.
There
Wait, we're on the
go.
wrong side
Very
now.
good.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell's going on. All right, so I guess we're wrapping
No,
up.
that's a switch.
Probably, but this was really fun. This is one of those things. You know, you got something when the streamers don't want to go.
you shut me up.
Yeah.
We're all here just like, hey, I got a picture of a bug.
Yeah. Even the
We
ones,
still have
even the ones
streamers
falling
nothing. We still
asleep
have
don't want to
13
go.
Viewers.
And she's like,
That's
I got a fossilized bug.
We still have 13 viewers, so it's not just the streamers.
Yeah,
no,
I'm-
there's
right.
people there.
All right, 11.
Well, I mean,
I
I
keep
don't know what to
dozing
do. I
off,
ran out of
but
slides.
I'd still
man.
stay.
I ran out of slides. We did it all.
Emperor Goodwin.
What's that?
I
Love
Leave
you,
it to
Jay.
Kind of smooth. He was
Only the
there.
best
He was in-
technology.
He
here at the
goes
Wayfarer
back
Project.
to Earworms 1. And the first thing that
pretty.
happened in Earworms 1 was I started doing my monologue, and about 20 seconds later, I hear a knock on my door. Liza opens the door and says, "You're muted." So the first 20 seconds of an Earworms episode was me going, and then and I bring on Emperor Goodwin and Problem Being for those of you who have experience with Mr. Brown Alliance.
Yeah, I haven't seen Probby in a while, but I borrowed the
Ocean
line from
Bang.
Price. Only the best technology here at the Wayfarer Project.
Yeah.
I saw
Okay,
this
so
guy
we
on
are
my
going to
screen
call
door
it
the
a
other
night.
night.
But yeah, basically, Anna, you got next week all to yourself, and then maybe the following week, drop me a
Metallic
line when you
wood-boring
feel
beetle.
ready.
I figured you'd be done with me by now. You've been so annoyed by this whole stream, and sorry about my voice as well. I have a cold. It's been more irritating than usual.
People that
Was
love
that a
Tolkien
Goki
and
bird?
the
No.
Silmarillion.
You
It
sounded
looks like
great.
was it a cicada? What was that?
I thought it was a Goki booty, but
It was
I
a
didn't really get a
metallic-
good look at it.
It's a metallic wood-boring beetle.
Can I
Okay.
see it again?
It was on
Well,
I-
hold
the
on.
screen door.
He's
I didn't see
showing
him.
shit. I didn't know that was happening. Hold on.
Yes. You got full
Yeah, I'll show
screen
you.
Dutch greeting.
Yeah.
Oh,
The Goki booty is just a cockroach.
But the ones in Japan
Oh
fly
no, this is definitely not a cockroach.
at the most inopportune moments. I hate them.
Yeah, they do. Actually, the ones in Texas
Ooh.
fly as well.
Whoa.
Ah.
It looks
like
cockroachy. I don't know. That's cockroach adjacent
the
for
little
sure.
feet he's got. The little leaf, like they're like heads of grain.
Yeah, I was going to say
the holes. If you understand the size of the holes in the screen, you get an idea of how big the thing was.
It looks big.
It was like, that big.
No, it's small. Those holes are big.
But yeah, cockroaches have much flatter bodies.
Yeah, which is why you can hit one with your bike and then it jumps up and flies in your face at 5 in the morning when you're trying to get to work. Sorry, I've got a little trauma regarding cockroaches.
Oh, don't come to Florida.
I used to live in Florida, actually, in Jacksonville a long time ago, and moved into the new apartment and opened the dishwasher, and there was a cockroach nest in there.
Oh, no.
Well, they're always there. You just hope you don't see them because.
No. What I did, I think I threw some bleach in, and I just started the dishwasher, and just didn't think about it, and then I just like picked their little corpses out the next day.
Oh,
normally
God.
I kill bugs, but I didn't. I was like, I'm not dealing with these cockroaches in here. No, sorry, going nuclear.
Yeah, darn right. Crap,
Oh, do they really?
must have been important. Shoot. And back in Maryland, the ones that really got in your face are the some people call them spider crickets, some people call them camel crickets, some people call them humpback crickets.
Oh, I know
They're
the ones.
tan. They're tan with a humped back, and they have spiky legs. They have evolved to have a really, really awesome defense. If you go to squish one, it will literally jump right at your face. And then it'll escape as you're freaking out. Yeah, those.
I'm pretty chill with a lot of bugs, but the venomous ones, and then cockroaches, I'm not so pleased with. At least not when they jump at you.
This is one of the first insects I saw when I came. When I moved to Tennessee, this is one of the first insects I saw. It's a spice bush swallowtail.
Nice.
Ooh. Wow. Never seen anything like that.
Yeah, this was down in Centennial Park.
It looks like Jill is
They're
doing
gorgeous.
Logan's Run Friday night.
Of course, then you could always end up just seeing one of these monstrosities.
Oh, you need me to enlarge you.
Oh, what is that?
I'm trying, folks. Here we go.
It looks
That
kind of
is
like a hybrid stick insect.
Dobson fly. Dobson.
Oh, that's a fly? Whew.
No, they just call it. They just call it Dobson fly. This is a female. In this form, they do not eat at all. They only eat when they're in their larval form, which are when they're called helgramites. The males have jaws that stick way out from the head.
Wow!
And I had a friend,
like a model
coworker
airplane.
at lunch one day who was saying, "Man, I found the biggest, ugliest bug I ever seen in my life on my house." And I said, "Sounds like a Dobson fly." And he goes, "I haven't even described it." I said, "You said biggest, ugliest. It's a Dobson fly. Trust me." We went to my desk after lunch. I brought up the pictures. He goes, "That was it." I said, "Told you."
You gotta feel bad for them, though.
As I said,
my
I
God.
mean,
Yeah.
Like those moths that can't
Yeah,
eat. It's horrible.
Oh,
Fun Lord
they
of the
eat
Rings
just
facts.
fine.
Did you know that moth that they had for Gandalf to catch and speak to was an actual moth, and they had an actual moth wrangler. They hired a moth wrangler for the films.
Oh, wow.
And they had several moths,
Sphinx.
and I'm not sure what the species was. Dutch probably knows, but it was one
Yeah, I
that's
think it was
like
a
about
Sphinx
12
moth.
days. And they'd keep him cold. They'd chill him so that the moth would move, but would sit on Ian McKellen's palm and not fly away. And I just like, what production are you at? Like, you're like, oh, this movie needs to hire a moth wrangler to have several moth scenes. Like nowadays, it would just be CG.
I didn't even think that was a profession, moth wrangler. And wow.
We have moths. We have moths here that are gorgeous, but I also found out how dangerous they are.
Oh, those.
Like,
how are they dangerous?
Okay? This is called a tiger moth. Well, you notice the coloration?
Yeah.
This is the kind of coloration you're supposed to avoid.
For poisonous snakes, yeah.
Spider caught one on my back window one night, or one afternoon actually, and the moth was struggling mightily. The spider had grabbed on by the wing, and within a few hours there was no more struggling. You know, it happens. The next morning they were in the same position. By around noon, they still hadn't moved. I go over to the glass. I tap on the glass. This is usually enough to make the spider move. It was dead. So I quickly used the G word to search, are tiger moths toxic? They, when they feel threatened, exude an acid from their wings that can irritate humans, just like poison ivy and poison oak.
Wow. Well, the reason tiger moths were deadly fight. They called fighters. World War I fighters were called tiger moths. That's
really?
Yeah, tiger moths was a World War One.
There are many species of tiger moth. Many of them far more colorful than the ones we have here. They'll have like
tiger
orange
moth was
and
a
yellow
World
and black.
War One. What was that called?
They were biplanes.
Biplanes. Oh wow.
Done the gypsy moth, I think.
So yeah, I've got a little interest in the creepy crawlies. Bugged the heck out of my last roommate. She hated bugs.
Good one.
Oh, wow. So I'm gonna let people tell me what to do. We're trying to stretch it out, aren't we, man? I think we should probably call it a night. That way people on the rewind aren't like, what the hell is this stream about?
There have been like longer and less topical streams than this, I'm sure. I think we've stayed fairly focused on discrete topics.
No, I'm
not
complaining at all.
Yeah, I think it was good, but I think it was the Haviland.
And Liza, if you think of any noun in Hollywood, there's going to be a wrangler that has to deal with those for movies, or there was in the old days. I had to go do something, but I was listening. And if you like bugs, go to Southeast Asia. New Guinea. I've never seen.
I'm not.
They
have different weird
ones.
The bugs are like they're from another freaking planet. They are truly alien. They look alien. And they do horrible things. So,
oh no,
yeah, I'm not trying to think of a Sidney Sweeney joke about jeans wranglers.
Yeah, I mean, think of that moth, a moth that fucking squirts poison ivy. That's fucked up enough, but they only get worse from there.
They have crazy scorpions. Like when I was excavating in Jordan, you'd think it's the desert and that there's not that much insect life, but there are loads of insects there. And the scorpions, they have the black ones, agrab, which is like the
Emperor
typical shape of a scorpion you'd see, and those are venomous. But they also have a really horrid one called segwa. In Arabic, I don't know what it's even called in English, but it's whitish and it looks more like a cricket than like a scorpion. And they were like, yeah, if you get stung by segwa, like you're probably not making it. The hospital is in Amman, is 4 hours drive from here. But I was told, because like we were living in a Bedouin village, that was where our team was based, as in this village called Unsehun, and we were told, I kind of don't believe it, except I kind of do. Everyone was like, oh yeah, when Bedouin are young, Bedouin mothers will put, they'll take agrab and segwa venom and they'll put it in the milk that they feed to, their kids. So, us Bedouin, we all have essentially immunity. To the stings of these scorpions. And no one got stung on the season I was there, but I was told that the excavation season before, one of the excavators who was Bedouin had gotten stung and was like on site the next day working and was totally fine. And he was like, if it had been any of you foreigners, you'd be dead.
Yeah, I totally believe that. They actually do that in many cases where the flora and fauna are very toxic. They'll slowly introduce it So you develop a resistance. And I got them back though, because they eat scorpions in China, and I have eaten a shit ton of scorpions. So
what is it like? Is it anything like crab or lobster?
It's mostly sort of deep fried in a wok. It's just very crunchy, very chitinous. There's not really a lot of.
Ask, does it have much flavor? Because they fry it, right?
Yeah, it has a tremendous amount of flavor, but not really a lot of meat. It's like, it's snack food. It's very crunchy, but as you can imagine, there's not really a lot of fleshiness on there. But stir fried. Yeah, more stir fried than deep fried. Really, they're not breaded or anything. But if you've ever had eaten the shrimp tail off of a fried shrimp, kind of like that.
Oh,
I find that they only are I find they're only a vehicle for the sauce they're cooked in. I mean, it's like they don't have flavor on their own. It's whatever sauce they're cooked in gives them flavor.
I don't think they're vegan though, so
they're certainly not vegan.
I've eaten some pretty dodgy shit, but I think living snails has to be one of the freakiest experiences, and that was Japan.
Wait, who in Japan was eating live snails?
It was in a very old
and butter.
Yeah, it was an old sushi bar in Kyoto that was like 200 years old, and
like a sea snail.
Yeah, and you have to coax the thing out with a toothpick, then you grab it with your teeth, and it's trying to wriggle away, and you pull it out of the shell.
I couldn't. Not something alive. No.
Yeah, I prefer escargot, which is really just a garlic delivery system. So.
Yeah, and butter.
Now, if I were to give my thoughts on tonight's show, I would say I did not have much to contribute except jokes.
Oh, you were good.
And you were good, and you've read several passages aloud.
You read passages. That'll be
you've done the homework
in the future.
I hadn't even done the homework.
That's why the internet kept kicking Colin.
Read it, because next time we're going to ask you what you thought after you actually read it.
And there will be a test. You'll be quizzed.
Well, no, here's the thing. People like that. People on the internet like when they love something, they like to get the reactions of someone who just exposed themselves to it. And so.
All right. I just posted a video of little Caucasian kids eating scorpions. So check that out.
Okay. The general rule on scorpions, by the way, when it comes to their deadliest, the smaller the scorpion is, typically the deadlier they are.
Oh, don't tell me that, Dutch Gradient. Do not tell me that.
The huge ones that she was talking about, those big black ones. Those big black ones she was talking about, they hurt, but they don't tend to kill.
I used to make Warhammer 40k models. The deadliest scorpions are striking scorpions, and they're older.
We've had two small transparent kind scorpions get into the house once, and I had to kill them. I looked them up. Apparently, they're the main predators of roaches, and we're in Florida. We're surrounded
How did you
by.
see them if they're transparent?
Well, translucent. You could see their insides. It's
like the really cool Ferrari. I like that.
Gemini says no, there aren't lethal scorpions in North Florida.
Really? But what do you mean by small? These are like an inch and a half, 2 inches long. Is that little for a scorpion?
I think it's more with the pincher size, actually. So
they weren't. So. They didn't have like those big crab, like what you think of as a stereotypical, scorpion thing. But you could tell.
Listen, just think of it this way: no matter what you find, it's nowhere near as deadly as its counterpart in Australia would be. So just thank God you're not living there.
Oh, we're 20 minutes away from a hospital. Well.
The platypus, the duck-billed platypus, the thing looks like a beaver but crossed with a duck.
They have a spur.
Has venomous spurs on their back legs.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the news report that tells us that koalas are actually venomous. And
no, they just carry a lot of chlamydia, and also Perry the platypus. Perry the platypus would never poison you.
Yes.
Well, there's a news story of a guy who saw a platypus on a rock. It was just sunning itself, but he thought it was in danger. So he went over to pick it up and put it in the water.
As
soon as he touched the platypus, it jabbed its back legs into his forearm. They had to put a nerve blocker into his arm. It was so painful.
Yeesh.
Yeah. That was like
good one. What's the other venomous mammal?
Vampire bats, the European mole, and I think the slow loris.
Slow lorises are venomous. Huh.
Yep.
Vampire bats are not
more
venomous.
You know.
They
have a saliva
they have a venomous anticoagulant in some of them.
That's their saliva. It's not venom. It's just something that stops blood from flowing. It's not the same as venom.
I know they got anticoagulant. I didn't know they were venomous.
Well, whatever it is, it could still kill you. Could still make you sick.
He's
my
very
God.
into definitions. Yeah. This guy would make a great Centauri, what do you call that? Minister of Defense or whatever.
Whatever you do, just don't mix up poisonous and venomous, because he'll probably go off the rails for that.
Yeah.
The only the slow loris is the only known venomous primate, and they produce the toxin in their elbow glands. And I think the European mole has venomous saliva that they use to paralyze worms.
Oh, I did know that one, which is why Avatar: The Last Airbender borrowed that concept for their first season.
I can think of a few venomous primates.
Yeah. And
there's
the
quite
thing
a lot
about
of people
platypus,
said it in our parliament.
Yeah, only male platypuses have the ankle spurs. Females do not. So
I have a few ankle spurs, I think.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm going to look up our scorpions again.
Yeah.
You guys have me worried.
that's called bone spurs. They happen to old people, man.
Yeah. Well, should
All right,
we call
folks.
it a night?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I suppose.
Tonight.
All right. So we'll see. I'm going to try to do something next Wednesday. I don't know what, but we're going to be coming back with the Silmarillion some night, somewhere, somehow, and with the six of us. We'll call ourselves La Seis. Okay.
I'm number 6.
Just a second. How many Silmarils were there?
We didn't even get to them.
No. Just for some reason, I had in my head you said that. I thought there were 6 of them before. Thank you. So I've not read them. I know one of them, but I've read them. But for some reason, when you said that, my brain said, "What?"
No, there are only 3.
3. Okay. Oh, sorry, I wasn't counting how many fingers down. I was holding up 3. Okay.
I thought there were only 2.
The other 3 were notched. They were supposed to be thrown away, but some dealer sold.
Yeah, there was. There was the sky, the sea, and the earth Cimaril, and they contained the light of the 2 trees of Valinor.
Yeah, and that's where they become lost. But in the second Ainulindalë, they will come forth from the earth, the sea, and then Eärendil will bring the one Silmaril down from the sky, and they'll be reunited, and the light will be taken to regrow the 2 trees of Valinor. Except this time, Valinor, they'll knock down the high mountains that cover the island of Valinor, so the light of the 2 trees will go forth across all of Middle Earth, and no one will be exempt from its light.
Awesome.
Anyway, people should read the mythology. It's great stuff.
Yeah. I hate being exempt from light.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly sounds it. It does sound fascinating.
Yeah, well, read it next time.
I did. I mean, I started reading it and I found it. I'd only got it a couple 3 days ago, and I started.
What was it? 18 pages.
It's all good, Colin. Like, most people who say they've read the Silmarillion haven't actually read it. They've just absorbed things through memes. Like 90% of people who say they like the Silmarillion are just lying. So, like,
well, no, I know. The problem was, and then I started listening to, and unfortunately, I was so put off by Andy Serkis's voice, I just couldn't listen to it.
Yeah,
so
it's
I'm
not.
Go back to trying to read it.
Yeah, I think the Silmarillion is made to be read, not listened to. It's not one of those.
Well, I have no options, folks.
That's fair.
I moved into this house 2 years ago. I live by myself. I unpacked everything that I had to plus all my board games, and then stopped. All of my books are still in boxes. When we started talking about doing the Silmarillion, I had to find my Silmarillion. While I was looking for it, and obviously I did find it. While I was looking for it, I checked out the audiobook from the library. Man, it is just rough to listen to.
Yeah. Wait, Lawrence, why isn't reading it an option? Are you
I have Stargarts, which is a form of macular degeneration.
Okay, yeah,
Started
yeah.
when I was 11, and by this point, it's progressed to the point where I really just can't read even just normal type fonts. That's why
Okay,
the computer I'm zoomed in all the time. And
right. Is that why the glasses also?
oh, that's to protect my eyes from a monitor I need to be close to.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, I've tried to listen to, actually, I've listened to the Lord of the Rings in audio, but, the more complex and the more sort of elegant the prose is, typically the more I enjoy actually reading it. I just couldn't, very difficult to keep everything in my head when I was listening to the Silmarillion. So, like I said, I really did almost have a car accident. I was driving, I was concentrating so much on what they were saying that I stopped paying attention to the road.
Yeah, unfortunately, the one that's on Audible right now is Andy Serkis. Yeah.
Oh,
there's a good version on the Internet Archive. I'm trying to find the
one
link.
that I have that is no longer available on Audible, but that's the one I had. And
Right.
that one is the one where, we were saying earlier, the pronunciations changed a little bit.
Oh,
That's a small thing, though. Martin Shaw's narration of the Silmarillion is really good. Like, don't worry about the pronunciations. I think that's the one you'd enjoy
But
the
since
most.
I got it, we could forward that one on to Colin there, Liza.
Okay, let me
Since
find
you've
the
been able to
link
find
there.
it elsewhere. Yeah,
Yeah.
I looked at Audible, and it's no longer there on Audible, even though it plays in my library. So I can't get it off unless I do some sort of piratey stuff, which I don't know how to do. So basically, I had to give Colin the Andy Serkis version.
The Martin Shaw one is, I'm sure it is great when you already know the book. But when it's been like 30 years since you've even looked at it, it really doesn't read well. It's just, what a good one to say. Voiced by Holly Hunter.
No. Oh, better than the I don't know, better than the Klingon, maybe. There were two trees, and I was enchanted by the light of the Valinor.
That's what I found about Andy Serkis reading it. I mean, I think it may be something you were saying about it being better, some things are better being read, because it sounded like he was, I don't know if he was, but it sounded like he was trying to be dramatic, as if he was doing a dramatic reading, of a play rather than reading a book.
So who needs the audiobook that's not Andy Serkis? Is that Colin?
Well, I just wanted to get a copy to Colin, but now Colin has got a readable ebook copy, so he doesn't have to listen. He can read, and as far as I know, his eyes can handle it.
Yeah, I think I have a copy that's not Andy Serkis. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, yeah. Well, I do have access to other things as well. To say.
Yeah, well, remember in the old days of books on tape, when it would take 28 cassette tapes sometimes it was just the guy at the library that was recording it, so you could
I used to get these like flexible discs. They were like records but made out of I don't know what, but they're flexible floppies, not computer floppy disks, but floppy things you put on a phonograph. And that's
there were records that came in magazines and shit.
Well, no, the school textbooks and stuff I got, they gave me copies for, that blind people could also listen to, even though I wasn't blind. It was just for low vision people. So I listened to the book Star Trek V that way.
There's also some e-readers that do a decent job of of having accessibility features that will read it to you.
But if you want to hear a voice that says drive instead of doctor and all sorts of other mispronunciations that don't make any goddamn sense,
Yeah,
but
but
we'll do that.
And it's going to
a
sound
human.
like the audio description for the Acolyte.
Yeah, it's getting. Oh my god! And his muscles were rippling taut,
throbbing
underneath his soaking wet codpiece. Like, Jesus fucking Christ!
The air was thick with moisture.
For some reason, I sort of heard that on a streamer, and on a bit they're playing was something about her predatory gaze.
Yeah, yeah.
We lost
but
Liza.
Lawrence, with AI, the reading
she heard
function
predatory
is
gaze and she's gone.
yeah, the reading function is getting better. Maybe in a year or two, actually, it will actually be able to pick up, proper intonation and
maybe. I mean, I'll give that a shot. But yeah, it reminds me of, once again, we're going back to Avatar: The Last Airbender, but when they were at the sunken
Fire
library
Dash?
in the desert, I basically my line is what Toph said. Yeah, I heard of books. They don't do much for me.
That episode has some of my favorite blind jokes in the whole show.
Oh, your lovely tomes.
There it is. That's what it'll sound like when one of you spots it.
Damn, Emperor Goodwin's on it tonight. Too close to the sun. Okay, well, we are going to depart now. We keep saying that, don't we? We're like guests.
We will finally diminish and go into the West.
yeah.
Oh.
And Liza's gonna go watch The Acolyte in secret. So
Oh no! Don't do it, Liza.
No.
You have so much to look forward. You have so many
she's
bugs
not.
to see.
No, she's not doing that. No, she's fed up with the Star Wars stuff.
Liza really doesn't like bugs. Or at least spiders. She doesn't like spiders. Liza, you're muted.
I agree. Actually, renew the Acolyte. I want to see what the second season would have been.
yeah, after Academy,
Every YouTube critic out there.
Yeah.
I could watch years of The
I was gonna say, every
Acolyte now
YouTube
that
critic
I've
out there
endured.
wants another episode of season of it.
Yeah. Now that I've endured Academy, I could throw it at me. I could take all the Acolyte you can handle. It won't even hurt anymore.
No, I just can't see any more of the, what was it? Oh, I forget the name.
OSHA?
Yeah, but no, it's like, who was Super
Squid
Freak.
Game, dude?
Super Freak. She's super freaky.
Leslie Headland?
No, Super Freak. The guy that did that.
Oh, Rick James?
Rick James. Yeah, I can't see any more Rick James hairdos.
Okay. Yeah, Jesus.
He's Rick James, bitch.
Yeah, one of them has like a tattoo on their forehead and they didn't even bother. Like they're switching places.
No. You know, it's so easy to cut your hair by just taking the lightsaber and whoosh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that's safe. Yes,
Very
absolutely.
safe.
No, but lightsabers aren't lethal anymore.
No. You sleep
Yeah,
it
that's
off,
true.
chicken soup, you're good.
Oh, what was it? It was like Space Moses and Sabine in a row. It's like 2 shows in a row. It's like,
yeah.
And don't forget what don't forget they were even singing the praises of the main of the hero. I mean, sorry, in the bad guy. They always think about the power of money.
okay.
Anyway, let's get off of that.
We're going to let Colin's last line be the ender. Here we go. Olivier Duché, play the national anthem, please.
Bye-bye.